to bridge the divides of access and opportunity, where knowledge becomes power and creativity becomes change. An intersection of learning and action where education meets innovation, where borders blur between tech and art, urban and rural, today and tomorrow. New ideas are born, new stories begin here. Your voice, your vision, your future. Join us as we bridge the gap and remake tomorrow today. Welcome to the Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025, proudly brought to you by Africa Beyond 4IR. What if tomorrow could be different? What if the future isn't something we wait for, but something we create together? Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025. Remake tomorrow today. A movement of dreamers, thinkers, makers, and those rewriting the rules of what's possible. Where young minds rise above limitations to bridge the divides of access and opportunity. Where knowledge becomes power and creativity becomes change. An intersection of learning and action where education meets innovation. Where borders blur between tech and art, urban and rural, today and tomorrow. New ideas are born. New stories begin here. Your voice, your vision, your future. Join us as we bridge the gap and remake tomorrow today. Welcome to the Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025. Proudly brought to you by Africa Beyond 4IR. What if tomorrow could be different? What if the future isn't something we wait for, but something we create together? Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025. Remake tomorrow today. A movement of dreamers, thinkers, makers, and those rewriting the rules of what's possible. Where young minds rise above limitations to bridge the divides of access and opportunity. Where knowledge becomes power and creativity becomes change. An intersection of learning and action where education meets innovation. Where borders blur between tech and art, urban and rural, today and tomorrow. New ideas are born. New stories begin here. Your voice, your vision, your future. Join us as we bridge the gap and remake tomorrow today. Welcome to the Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025. Proudly brought to you by Africa Beyond 4IR.
Good morning. A bit louder so that we can get warmer. Good morning. That's it. That's the spirit we need. It's young people today. It's all about you. Good morning to distinguished leaders from business, government, civil society, Office of the Executive Mayor of the city of Ekurhuleni, honored guests, all protocols observed. To the guests of honor who it's all about, the youth, our innovators, the change makers, the digital visionaries, welcome both to our esteemed audience, those that are joining us online and all of you who are here today. Welcome to the day 2 of the Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025. Our mission remains clear and crystal, which is hashtag to remake tomorrow today. My name is Kenneth Mwilwa, and it's my pleasure to introduce my incredible co-facilitator, Ms. Ofentse Phalane, to welcome and also provide a brief recap of yesterday's events. Ofentse, over to you.
Thank you, Kenneth. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. That's it. That's the spirit that I like to hear. My name is Ofentse Phalane, as my co-facilitator has alluded. I am founder of Rainbow Media. I am an events planner. I'm a licensed drone pilot and a proud product of Africa Beyond, Fourth Industrial Revolution. Thank you. Yesterday was a display of tech excellence, from cutting edge robotics to powerful teamwork. It reminded us that innovation lies in action, collaboration, and in young minds like ours. Today, we shift the gears into the world of digital enterprise development. But before we call on our first speaker, may I just do a little housekeeping rules? On my right, down the hallway, are the ablution, the toilets. Second door on the left, and on the far right at the back are the paramedics. Right down the hallway, straight right down the hallway, is the emergency exit. I don't know if I left anything out, but we will update as the program continue. Are you ready for the day? Are you ready? All right, I hope so too, because I'm definitely ready. Learn as much as you can. There are notepads on your tables. Take notes and absorb like a sponge. So, to start our day officially, to kick off our day, we are honored to call and welcome a leader whose dedication to youth empowerment runs deep, and he does not make the mistake of not being involved in the transformation of young people. But before we call on to him, there's a video that I would like to be played, and then we'll welcome him officially. Thank you.
What if tomorrow? What if the future isn't something we wait for, but something we create together? Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025. Remake tomorrow. A movement of dreamers, thinkers, makers, and those rewriting the truth of what's possible. Where young minds rise by implementation to bridge the divide of access and opportunity. Where knowledge becomes power and creativity becomes change. An intersection of learning and action, where education meets innovation. Where bold learn, deep in art, urban and rural, today and tomorrow. New ideas emerge. New stories begin. Your voice, your vision, your future. Join us as we bridge the gap and we make tomorrow today. Welcome to the Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025. Proudly brought to you by Africa Beyond 4.
Thank Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let us remember that this is a digital festival, right? It is a digital event. Therefore, we would like to request you to join us online, be interactive, and engage on our social media platforms at AB4IR. Remember the hashtag Remake Tomorrow Today, and hashtag DYFA 2025. Let us share as much as possible, tag AB4IR, and be interactive. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the board chairperson of Africa Beyond Fourth Industrial Revolution, Mr. Ramateo Munyokolo. Please give him a warm welcome.
Dumelang. Le kae? Goeiemôre. Hoe gaan dit? Kanitlani. Molo. Niphilile. Akho nto. Well, I'm told to deliver a welcome speech. I seem to be stuck with the young people, maybe because all of us at some point in our life were young. Next week, I'll also be hosting young professionals in the water sector, organized by the Minister of Water and Sanitation here at Ekurhuleni. I wish the mayor was here, because I wanted to tell him that we love Ekurhuleni. In the water sector, on 9 to 12 November, we are going to have an AUSISA Africa and Global Water and Sanitation Summit here in Ekurhuleni. You know, so I'm supposed to get some awards from the mayor because I'm promoting his town. And I didn't influence this session coming here, but I did stay in Vosloorus for about 9 to 10 years. So I have this soft spot for this region. Honorable Mayor, Dr. Kagaza in absentia, I'm sure he's to be joining us. Distinguished guests, captains of industry, development partners, and global innovators, and our local innovators, esteemed guests, and our dynamic youth participants from across Africa and the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, life at May has been very easy with us with technology because we now have guests all over Africa. It's not me. We now have guests all over Africa and also internationally. It's our distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the second day of our Digital Youth Festival 2025, hosted by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. This festival is more than just a showcase. It's a continental activation, a creative collision of minds, technologies, and dreams from across Africa and the diaspora. We thank the city of Ekurhuleni for hosting us, a city with deep industrial roots and now rising as a digital innovation hub. We especially acknowledge the leadership of our executive mayor, whose support reflects a shared commitment to placing young people at the center of our digital economy. This year's theme is Remake Tomorrow Today. Remake Tomorrow Today. The theme is very important to us because it means we don't sit and complain about government not delivering. We don't sit and complain about our parents, but we make efforts to change our future, and we remake tomorrow today. We meet today knowing that millions of young Africans are ready to lead, to innovate, to coach and create, to become drone pilots. One of the MCs is a product of AB4R, and many young kids want to become drone pilots. I hope we will not have uncontrollable traffic in the air at some point, and we have accidents up there. They're also willing to ensure that this country's digital history changes. They also design robots. I saw robots yesterday moving around, but they are too often locked out of opportunities. Let us also look at the facts in the South African context. In South Africa, of the 20.4 million people aged between 15 and 34, approximately 11.2 million are not in employment, education, or training, which is referred to as NEET. That's over 55% of young people in South Africa. Across sub-Saharan Africa, more than 100 million people are either unemployed or underemployed, despite having the ambition, the education, and the drive to add value to the continent. By 2030, Africa will be the home to nearly 375 million young people aged between 15 and 24. The largest youth population in the world will be found in Africa by 2030. The agency could not be greater. That's why we have to start preparing young people to become future leaders. But this is not necessarily a crisis of capability. It's a crisis of access to information communication technologies. That is why the festival matters to us. It brings together the coders, the storytellers, the tech founders, the designers, the drone pilots, the builders, and creates space for new conversations and real action, not just talk. At AB4R, we believe in moving beyond consumption. We are committed to build African digital producers, innovators, content creators, and tech entrepreneurs who can compete globally and lead locally. In fact, a few months ago, we hosted BRICS in our campus in Pretoria, where South Africans were competing among the best from China. And we did beat some of them in some other competitions, meaning that we do have the potential and the capacity and the capability to compete globally. And it's all because of AB4R. Because of that relationship with BRICS, in particular the Chinese, we have also received about 10 3D printers where we will be training about 200 young people throughout the country. That's the impact we want to make as AB4R. Throughout this week, in my view, of at least today and yesterday, we witnessed youth-led startups pitching first African solutions, explore AI, gaming, animation, and digital storytelling, and drone piloting from the minds of young Africans. We engage policymakers, funders, and ecosystem builders to close the access equity gaps. We are here to do one thing, to remake tomorrow today. To do what? And to our youth, you are not workforce of tomorrow. You are the architects of tomorrow, and you are doing it now. You don't just belong to the conversation, you are the conversation, and you must lead that conversation. You must not allow us to lead that conversation because it's about your future. To our international guests, thank you for standing with us. The African guests, thanks for being with us. You remind us that Africa's digital transformation is not a side story, it's a shared global priority. So let the festival be our signal to the world that Africa is not coming, we are here. And we are coding our future today to make a better day tomorrow. To date, we have trained several people as AB5R, small as we are only 5 years old. You know? In fact, we started operations or we started renovating our center at the heart of COVID in 2020. And we started operating. The first Digital Youth Festival was held in 2021, and we went throughout the province, 4 provinces. We then went to 5 provinces, and 2 years ago, we went to all the provinces, the 9 provinces. This year, we decided that from last year, actually, it should then take a continental and international posture. Hence, we have local and international participants. For those, we have a number of people that have supported us. We also want to special welcome to them to this festival, and I'll call them by those that I don't mention. You can just look at my head, you'll understand why. It's because I have this path on my head that demonstrate my age, and that I tend to forget. And don't laugh because we are all going there. I see some colleagues are laughing. We want to thank the Department of Social Development with that because we are developing a new relationship with the Department of Social Development. On Monday, we'll be in KZN launching a program where we'll be training 50 young people on NQF level 4. We want to thank X Reality Lab, MIC CETA, Department of Public Works, Engage and Empower Innovator Trust, Rachips Group, JDMEC, Semi-Digital Agencies, Dignify Africa, Irene Christian School, Harare Institute of Technology, so we are African in Zimbabwe, TUT, the Coitech, Brainwaves Development, Mind City, Innovation Research Lab, We Think Code, 8th Gear Hub and Venture, Mafican Digital Innovation Hub, Incubator Nest, Wise Hub, Image Branding. We also want to recognize the relationship that we have had with the Department of Small Business Development through SEDA. SEDA has been providing us with seed fundings from day one since 2020, and they're still funding us to date. Of course, with time, with government, money disappears, not disappears in pockets, but it gets reduced every year. So we have to be financially sustainable. That's why we have other partners. Some of them are new. Remco Manufacturing that has sponsored about 10 youth to come here. BCX that has also sponsored, and we want to welcome them and thank them. With that, I also want them to say on behalf of AB5R, I welcome you to the second day of the Digital Youth Festival 2025. May it ignite new ideas, unlock new doors, and connect us to the future we deserve. Thank you. I don't know, you connected my laptop to other people.
Thank you very much to our board chair, Mr. Monyokolo, for your words. I think in terms of what you've shared, it's clear to see in terms of how AB4IR has really heeded the call into addressing the missing parts of the ecosystem landscape when it comes to uplifting young people to ensure that digital inclusion is a thing for everyone. We're living in a world where the fourth and fifth industrial revolution is rapidly growing, and we need to ensure that nobody is left behind. Thank you very much, Board Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting too much time and for us to remain on schedule, let me now take this opportunity to introduce our host and the captain steering the AB4IR ship, a leader whose passion for innovation and youth empowerment drives our collective vision, Ms. Ingrid Mhlophe.
Good morning. I'll give it another try. Good morning. I know it's cold. It's not me either, but we still want that vibe. As it's just been alluded, igama u Fortunatus Ingrid Owagwamhlophe. I am the Chief Executive Officer for AB4IR, which is shortened for Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. We are a non-profit company, something that we often omit to mention, but we are a non-profit company. But we operate like any other business where we ensure we strive, regardless of where we go or where we find ourselves. My purpose, Chairperson has taken my words, but I'll still try and touch a bit on it. And before I start, my Chairperson has already observed all protocols, so I'd like to piggyback on that, all protocols observed. AB4IR, who we are. All greetings to the viewers online. Good morning and good evening, good day, whichever place you are at, and depending on the time that it may be where you are at, you are all greeted. AB4IR, we are a digital innovation, incubation, and technology hub. We offer both business incubation support to SMMEs from disadvantaged communities, but we also run skills development programs that are both accredited and non-accredited. We are an ICT hub, but advocating to have more participants, be it entrepreneurs or individuals within the gaming, animation, virtual reality, drone technology, 3D printing, and robotics now we've added. How we do everything that we do, we would be fundraising day in and out to ensure we support all the communities that we find ourselves in. We are based in Pretoria, in Mabopane. We are operating on a national level, though. We are not only bounded or restricted by the location that we are at. And currently, to add on to that as an example, because most people, when we speak, actually with everyone, we all believe it by seeing it or by hearing it. An example of us operating not only in Pretoria, it's today. We are today in the city of Ekurhuleni, whilst our offices are still in Mabopane. But also just to add a bit, the program that my chairperson has already alluded to say we have a program that we are launching next week in KZN. That is a program running in 4 provinces, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. And this is a repeated program which last year was in all other 4 different provinces as well. The Digital Youth Festival has taken us to all provinces of South Africa. Now we are aiming to go outside South Africa to now do programs with the like of Irene Christian School and others, many more that are in the room or joining us online, or even those that we are yet to meet. But our intention and end goal is AB4IR. Why I'm mentioning us not being restricted to Pretoria, it's because the end goal is for us to be accessible and have satellite offices in all 9 provinces of South Africa. And then the North Star is to be in Africa, which is why the Digital Youth Festival had to be now expanded to look at Africa. Now we would start building up to what our end goal is as an organization in terms of our growth. Without going off too far, I'm adding on from what my chairperson has said. I did mention he took my speech, so I'll keep on referencing. He did indicate we've impacted many people's lives. I'd mention numbers. We have impacted over 13,000 people. This is from our programs that which we are offering, training, workshops, business incubation, and also the events that which we are hosting. We would then be only counting the physical footprint of it, the physical participation rather. For those online, I'm sorry, but I'd love to mention one thing. We all know when we are joining something online, not all of us might be impacted the same. So because we can't prove the impact for those that are online, we can only rely on what we've seen in the room, which is why our numbers end at 13,000. But if we wanted to add the events, we would be speaking almost 200,000 lives rather that have been directly impacted. But indirectly, we have also touched 2.4 million lives. And this is from social media interactions, all the content that we are having, mixing it with the events that we've hosted that are being viewed on a hybrid level. And also in terms of the visits that we've had to the organizations, the clients that we've supported, the stakeholder engagements, that would be the 2.4 million people that we have reached as AB4IR. Now back to the purpose of today, the Digital Youth Festival, which we started yesterday. We are on day 2 of the Digital Youth Festival. A bit of a background of the twist that we had this year. Most organizations, I'm sure our stakeholders and partners are wondering, what are they doing now? This year, we decided to take a change because of a gentleman who advised us earlier in the year. In his absence, Putmanelisi Bam. He visited our center and here we were, oh, this is what we want to do, Digital Youth Festival. Similarly to last year, we're still looking at Africa and he said, why are you doing it like everyone else? And there we were shocked to say, we thought we were doing it differently. What do you mean? We're different in everything we do. And then he said, why don't you take your day 2, which is mostly speaking to the youth, put it on day 1. Where it becomes even more practical. You're not only speaking career jobs and future jobs and skills, and now you make it, that masterclass, make it prolonged instead of a 1-hour session, but now be more practical. Do something that showcases your work and capabilities, which is why this year we took a different turn. We were advised and we listened. That is the nature of us at AB4IR. We are not a master of all. We learn and we grow and we build as we go. So this year, the reason why we had then the day 1, it was to showcase our capabilities, where we had iInnovate, who is also a partner of us, who helped us to train our kids in robotics. Then we are now today going to be affording one of the groups from the kids to come and present to you what it is that they learned from a more practical element. And then we are showcasing what we are speaking about and keep on saying we do. We really do it. So yesterday was an example of that. And then today it's your normal conference, as one would recognize it, as to say we have panel discussions. There's a master class. There's going to be networking opportunities and an exhibition on my right to your left, where we will be able to interact with innovators that have come to the room to showcase their own work. Similarly to us as AB4IR, we are showcasing that we really do what we say we do. We also have a stand on my right that together with our other partners and stakeholders that are also showcasing the work that they also do. But the purpose today, we will be discussing mostly and learning from each other from not only in South Africa, but also in Africa, where we have some of the speakers that this year have gracefully come all the way from their different countries within Africa. They are here. They will be part of the panel discussions as well, which we will meet in a bit. They will also share from their perspective, from their own countries, how things look like or how things are being done on the different types of topics that which we have today. And later on, we'll also have the opportunity to interact with our exhibitors together with the kids that were here yesterday, who have then learned on their robotics program. And just a side note to be added, majority of our kids today, they could not make it because the school goers, today the schools are closing. We got notifications that because of that, the schools might be closing earlier, so the kids could not be coming through to join us throughout the day. For those that were able to come, they still insisted and missed school today. So we won't be able to have all of them participating, but we had over 150 kids here yesterday that form part of our robotics. Those that are present will share their learning and share what they then developed and how their experience was with everyone at a later stage. I believe I've done my job. Ne? Always. Thank you so much and do enjoy. Thank you.
All right. The digital economy needs bold ideas and bold leaders to match. And I think that Ms. Mhlophe has been just that. With that said, I'd just like to add that we have to remember as a youth that it is on us to build the future that we want. And we also need to jump on the bandwagon, which is the technological bandwagon, the IT, your AI, your blockchains, and whatsoever. It is on us to learn as much as possible and to also implement what we have learned. These days, it's so easy. You can go on YouTube, you can learn via YouTube, you can even consult AI. So I think we have the responsibility to remake tomorrow today as a youth. With that said, Komoto Children's Center, are you ready? Are you ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for some entertainment? Are you ready? All right, help me welcome Komoto Children's Center with an item, entertainment item. Please give them a warm round of applause.
It suddenly just got warmer in here. Thank you so much to the Khomoto Children's Center. I think from the speakers that have spoken, it's evident to see, and I will even link it to the dance that we just experienced here. Because when you look at young people, from that age, you see potential. But you don't just see potential, you see hope. But you don't just see hope, you see energy. Now, if you can link that to the kind of work that AB4IR does, Ma'am Hlophe, you mentioned very phenomenal KPIs that you're reaching through the organization. Those are not just indicators. Those numbers are not just indicators. They're actually impact of hours of work that is put in to ensure that no young person is left behind. We're living in a time where, for those that follow geopolitical news, resources are becoming scarce, and Africa is having to, now more than ever, find solutions for ourselves. With Remunyokolo's speech, he spoke about how in the foreseeable future, young people in Africa, Africa will have the youngest generation. So now these initiatives do not just speak to today, they speak to where we're going. And if we remain on this train to continuously show up, even in the cold, it means that we do have hope. We can utilize the energy towards a better place. I hope that we're not just keeping it here and we're also going digital, right, with the hashtag. Remember that hashtag? What's the hashtag? Remake Tomorrow Today. And the second hashtag? DUIFA 2025. So as we move along in terms of the program, it's important for us to realize that AI isn't just in the future, it's actually happening in real time right now. Coming up, we have an essential masterclass that will illuminate how artificial intelligence is transforming education, healthcare, the workforce, and beyond. The topic of the masterclass is preparing for tomorrow. How AI is reshaping jobs, skills, and opportunities for the next generation. But before we're gonna go into the masterclass, we've just been made to let you know that the executive mayor of the city of Ekurhuleni has officially arrived, and I will therefore call upon stage Ofentse to do the official introduction so that we can have a few words from the mayor. Ofentse? Ofentse?
That we wait just a little bit, he'll come. Okay. So we can just do something in the meantime, even if it's patient as well.
Okay. Okay, so
Maybe ask them their expectations.
the mayor will join us shortly. We just want to give him 2-3 minutes for him to gather his thoughts so that he can prepare to address us today. Perhaps in the meantime, let's take a few questions that are centered around artificial intelligence from the young people in terms of questions around concerns around artificial intelligence, or questions around where we think it's going to have an impact. It can even be a question around your understanding of what AI would be. 3 hands, don't feel shy. There's psychological safety, there's no wrong question. It's just a question, and I'm not saying I've got the answer either. But we can try facilitate the answer. Is that a hand? We've got the first hand over there. 2 more hands. Any question that you might have around AI, the future of AI in the African context? 2 more hands. Otherwise, I put it on ChatGPT and ask it to nominate someone. Okay, we've got the first hand there.
Okay, my name is George. The question I have around artificial intelligence is the question concerning its capabilities, right? Like, because at the rate that artificial intelligence is being better at, like, it's even uh, outclassing human being, or how fast human beings process thoughts and ideas, right? So this thing is like a question of, like, when the calculator was invented, right? People thought that mathematics was now going to be easier, and people are no longer gonna learn; they're gonna be hindered, right? Yeah, they're no longer gonna be able to learn further. So, like, for now, as a grade 12 kid, right? Because I mostly use artificial intelligence. My teachers often say that it's going to make you think less. You're not gonna think for yourself. It's going to destroy the future generation of kids in our schools, because now they're gonna be lazy. So, what is the way around that for the society, like as humans? How do we go around that, making artificial intelligence not a tool that we can use to the point where, like, we are always lazy and we just use it to think to a point where I won't be smart enough, something like that. I don't know if you get my question.
It's clear.
Yes.
Is there someone brave enough to try and jab at the answer for the question? I'm already speaking too much. I can't facilitate the questions and answer them. Anybody that wants to give it a try? In the absence thereof, I'll give it a try then. It's not to say my answer is correct, but it could be a place to start. So, as you rightfully said, and I like the fact that you used the analogy of the calculator. When the calculator came out, everybody was afraid that it's going to make people dumber. However, when you think about it, has it made people dumber? Has it made people dumber? No. It's probably enhanced how we get to do certain calculations and has allowed us to explore different types of mathematics as a result thereof. The fundamentals of mathematics will never go away just because we have a calculator. So you can have the calculator, but if you don't understand the fundamentals, you will not know what to press on the calculator to get to the sum. So the fundamentals need to remain. That's why learning will forever be important. Because as much as we may have a tool that allows us to have better answers in an efficient way, understanding the fundamentals allows us to know what questions to ask. That speaks to an area of life that we refer to as critical thinking. The ability for you to take concepts, process them, and ask questions or better questions towards a particular challenge that you're trying to solve. That's as close, I think, as I can get to trying to answer the question. So the fundamentals remain. The question that was put up, I saw on LinkedIn a few days ago where it said is, should the fear be that AI will replace people in the workforce, or will people that know how to use AI in the workforce replace those who don't? Because the human element will always be required. We're solving whose problems? Our problems. So I'm up until a day whereby AI is solving its own problems, we still remain the topic of discussion. Second hand for a question. Brilliant question, by the way. Love it. It's one of the fundamental questions that every industry is trying to solve, especially education. Second hand. Or do we nominate? Maybe from this side. I'll still leave it up to anybody from this side. Okay, we've got a hand. Can we facilitate the mic, please?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lindo. So my question today is artificial intelligence taking over the world, or is it here to assist us to have a better world?
Brilliant. Short, sweet, clear, impactful. Do we have somebody who wants to tackle an answer? We've got somebody in the room that wants to tackle and give an answer. Can we facilitate the mic this side for an answer? And then we'll go back that side for the question.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. You know, I get that question every time about AI taking over the world, but I believe we all been into the library, right? Yes. But nowadays, you'd find maybe 3 to 4 people, unless maybe if you want to study or do something. But nowadays, we do have technology in the palm of our hands. So AI, that's AI. You do have books inside your mobile phone. So it helps you in terms of you can save money, you know, when it comes to traveling to the library. And then also you see, when we had COVID, imagine if there was COVID and then you need to study and then you don't have to go to the library. What will happen to you? So AI, it made sure that you can have technology inside the palm of your hand. So that means it is helping us. Yes, anything in this world is dangerous if it's been used recklessly. For example, a weapon or robots or drones. If there are no regulations, they become dangerous. But if we can use them properly, they can help us. Thank you.
100%. Thank you so much for that. Also, impactful answer. I like the analogy in the end to say it's like any other tool. A blade can be used to either harm or a surgeon uses it to actually save a life. It's the same blade, but used differently. So we'll take questions as we go along in terms of the program. But in terms of us being able to follow through with the program, we're going to give an opportunity to have a second item from the dancers from Khomotso Children's Center for them to re-energize us again. But we will take more questions, so think about them. And then I like the fact that we're also facilitating answers because the answers are sitting amongst us. So without further ado, can we have a second item then from the Khomotso Children's Center dancers again?
All right. Are you fired up? Yeah, they make me want to put on my dance shoes with my two left feet. Okay, now I would like to call the board chairperson of AB4IR, Mr. Ramateu, to come on stage. Let's welcome him with a warm welcome, please. Warm round of applause.
Yeah. I'm told that I must introduce the mayor, Mayor Kagaza. Maybe before I do that, today is a special day. He just missed the Freedom Charter Day by a few days. Sorry, Chief. Today is his birthday, so I want us to also sing. Even if I'm not cake, I need to be in the virtual, we live in virtual reality. So we'll imagine a cake and we'll just sing for him. Can we sing a happy birthday to him? Can we stand and sing the happy birthday to them? Happy birthday. Who has a better voice?
I'll try. Okay, can we stand and sing for the executive mayor? We stand because it gives us energy and then it allows us to also, honor. Right. To you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday,
dear Mayor.
happy birthday to you. Hip hip,
Hooray!
hip hip.
Hooray!
The mayor must come here. Don't be shy, man. Now people think we are singing for me. You see, that's the problem. Must come back again, we sing again. Because the mayor was not here. People online must see the mayor.
Can everyone please be on their feet?
They say twice is better than once, right? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mayor. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip.
Hooray!
How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you now?
Una 5, una 10, una 30, una 40, una 39. Let's leave it there. We just feel, Honorable Mayor, we feel very excited that we didn't know that when we chose this day, it's your special day, but we feel honored that we are hosting the Digital Youth Festival Africa in your region on your special day. The mayor also doubles as the chairperson of a non-governmental organization that is called the African National Congress, some NGO called African National Congress. Mayor, we are welcome to the Digital Festival. You can deliver your message of support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to all the delegates for the, what do you call it, when you sing a birthday, what do you call it? Yeah, for the best wishes. It really goes a long way. And I really want to appreciate the opportunity, Chair, that we are invited to be here, and that indeed we get to celebrate our birthday in a special way, talking to young people, taking to the future, assisting young people to imagine, the future. So we're really grateful, and we do think that this represents a special birthday present. We could be sitting at home, enjoying a cake, but we're here, we're working, and really getting motivated to do our best. In this Friday, it's a bit cold, but we really want to appreciate all of you, and thank you very much for singing. I want to acknowledge the board chairperson for the AB4IR, Mr. Ramadeu. I was saying to him, I meet him a lot. I meet him quite a lot on the other side. In his other life, he's a board chairperson for Rand Water. So Rand Water do a very special work for us in Gauteng, here in Ekurhuleni, by transporting water all the way from the Lesotho Highlands through the Vaal River, purify that water, transport it to our own reservoirs. We take that water there, we again purify it with our own engineers until we get the water on our own pipes. So you'll agree with me, that's a very unique and a special job, because water is life. Water is life. Without water, we would not have this life. So I'm sure as a young kids who are, passionate about technology, about digitization, about the future, we are also thinking, how do we transport water, into the future using technology, or how do we utilize technology to ensure that this business of bringing water, such a precious asset to our communities, you use technology to actually ensure that you monitor, you make that business much more easy. And I'm sure that's one of the assignments that we can give it to you, to say, please, as part of plowing back, to appreciate the chair of the board, to say, no, we will be thinking hard. What is it that we can do in terms of technology, in terms of robotics, in terms of innovation, to make this work much more easy. And one of the things that we battle with is that we're a water scarce country. We're a water scarce country. So that is why in Gauteng we have to go to Lesotho, to the mountains, to get our own water. And during, now there's climate change, there are all those challenges. Sometimes there's heat waves. We really get to struggle to get water, or even with excess consumption by our communities. They consume a lot. What is it that we do as innovators to manage some of these challenges? Now, just the non-revenue water, how much water do we lose on the way? From the moment the water that we get and the water that we actually get to measure, that we sell to our communities. What is it that we have to do to manage some of these, whether at home, we are taught in school, save water. How to even wash your teeth, that you must use a cup to save water. But what are you saying to the guys who are doing car wash, emakasi, on the side of the road? What type of technology, what type of innovation and all that? So I'm saying there's quite a lot that we can actually do. I know I'm just inspired by the work that we're actually doing. Sometimes you have to do long lead. I'm not sure whether it's a lead, maintenance, where it takes days and our communities are not happy. There's no water because we are busy doing some maintenance the other side. But to the CEO, Mamtlapo, and all board members, and all the delegates to this conference, and those that are connected via online, and the program director, distinguished guests, innovators, and tech pioneers, and most importantly, the young people of this beautiful region of ours, of Ekurhuleni, of Gauteng, of South Africa. I'm told this platform even connects in Africa. So both present and those that are joining us virtually. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the city of Ekurhuleni for the Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025, an event that is not only timely, but necessary. And I've just made an example about water. And you must be thinking hard as I'm talking so that when I sit down, I'll be getting each one of you to say something about what is it that you were thinking. So this festival captures the essence of what must define this generation, the boldness to make tomorrow, the boldness to remake tomorrow today. As a city, we are proud to be the host of this event because it aligns directly with our mission to build a future-ready, a youth-centered, a digitally enabled, and economically inclusive city. In an era where technology reshapes every aspect of our lives, the role of young people cannot be overstated. You are the architects of our future. You are the innovators, you are the creators, you are the future leaders. The Digital Youth Festival Africa provides a platform where talent meets opportunity, where the ideas are shared, where skills are nurtured and dreams are transformed into reality. And what is what do we regard, what do we take out of this festival? In our view, this is our shared vision for youth and innovation. So everything about municipalities needs to be resolved. Everything about city government, about service delivery, about development, we need to find better ways of managing it, doing it with a greater speed and all that. So everything you can think about as a city government, we're looking into the future, how best to manage this thing. I'm saying everything, maybe with the exception of the weather. But don't worry that the mayor is gonna now task you to say, tell us, how do you resolve some of the weather challenges? So indeed, Ekurhuleni is not only a city of possibilities, it is a city of action. Our programs, our investment, our development plans reflect our commitment to placing youth empowerment, to placing innovation and technology at the center of our development strategy. And just a year ago in July 2024, we successfully hosted the Innovation and Artificial Intelligence Hackathon in the Albertine City Center. So I want you to pay attention to this one because Hackathon is a very critical platform where yourselves as innovators are given an opportunity to sit, to fabricate, to show some of your ideas. So this platform Hackathon and innovation and artificial intelligence is empowering youth to create smart and AI-driven solutions for real-world challenges while it's being exposed to big companies such as Microsoft, where they had an opportunity to impress future employers and potential business partners. And through this very spirit, we continue to build our own digital ecosystem nurturing a youth tech startups and encouraging digital entrepreneurs, and advancing skills in coding, 3D printing, and drone technology. Now, these are some of the things we need in the city. Whether we're solving, how do we detect a water leak, sewer blockage, a sewer blockage in Springs, and the water department, it is here. How do we ensure that as communities come across a sewer that is blocked, they are able to report instantly to us so that we can dispatch an engineer or a technician to go and close that sewer? It's what you must be thinking about. How do we make that experience to be much easy? Whether you use your phone, backed by real-time coordinates to take a picture, you upload it, it comes to the depot, it generates a job card, someone is dispatched who's closer there, who goes and close that, and after you have closed, it then closes a call, and then it's sort of a 360 feedback, so that it's a real-time response to service delivery interruption, backed by a use of technology. Now, there's many of these real life, real time, whether it's drones, whether you want to solve, there's a fire, how do you get in there and ensure that you save our people? Whether you must sort out the zamazamas. You know zamazamas mostly. Just along here, they go, they extract some minerals and so forth. And in the process of doing that, they also disturb, communities, because they go underneath, they do all these sorts of things. And we need to monitor as part of community safety. And that's where drones actually come in. Project development to go, as a mayor, I'm sitting in Germiston. How do I make sure that I have an oversight on some of the infrastructural development projects across the city while I'm sitting there? So those are some of the things that we need to do. So we must build a smart city. We must ensure that we are digitally, we build a digital city. So our smart city journey in the city is well underway. We're currently investing about 25 kilometers of fiber. In fact, we've rolled out that fiber, prioritizing connectivity in townships. So across all the 11 townships, including the suburbia, there is connectivity. Of course, into municipal services, whether do you go to a clinic or you go to a youth center, you go to a library, there are those connectivity. And you can actually see over the weekend, some of the youngsters leaning on the fence, connecting, using those platforms, of course, to explore, when we were studying, we used to call it information superhighway. Yeah, but information superhighway, you can imagine it. The world of computers, but it's a millennium, what computer. You can imagine it. So today you call it so many ways. You call it cloud, you call it what. Some of the fancy ways. So we are also going paperless, rolling out the ERP, a system that integrates services. So the ERP is an integrated resource planning platform. It means all the cities, we've got so many different platforms. You can imagine in electricity, they use certain services and ICT to do electricity business. Whether it's to read the meter, how much consumption you are consuming in your own house. Can you imagine a big company, we're an industrial city here, with so many manufacturing, they consume so much power. And you need, smart remote metering system that does not just assist the city to read the meter, but also assist the company to manage their own consumption, to understand at what level of production, if you're running a plant production for the entire thing, for your production, and your electricity becomes one of the, what you call overhead cost. It means it becomes a direct cost that is linked to your production and your profits. So you need a type of technology that is going to assist you to manage that. And that's where, we talk about an ERP, which is an integrated resource planning. I mean, just to measure water. How much water do we transport in a reservoir? What type of system do you put? Because a reservoir is a big water storage tank that you have built it many years. Those ugly structures. But those structures, they carry this natural resource inside it. What technology? Because you can't have a person there going in to check what is happening. So you need, whether it's a telemetry system that actually tells you at what level is the water consumption so that we know. And do we have a system that is integrated where we can actually be able to monitor and, and be able to plan as well? Because we know how much water you are consuming in this section. How do we plan for the future and all that? So we've got over 10,000 IoT devices. I think they call it IoT is Internet of Things that are being deployed to protect the infrastructure, to fight cable theft and improve urban safety. One of the problems that we have is stealing of cables. Every day they steal cables. And then they go to the scrapyard dealers, they sell them. Even vagrants, they go there, they steal, they make some money out of it. We go there, we run different breeds to close down, to check, what type of, scrap metals that they have there and all that. But it's not sustainable. We need to deploy technology. We need to have a real-time, solutions so that as a person is digging, it sends a button to our EMPD, to our Metro Police, so that they are able to respond on time, including just deployment of surveillance cameras and all that we can track and make those arrests. Now, street lights, sometimes it's just dark. They just steal all these things. Now we need innovators, we need to be able to fight some of these things and improve public safety. A new automated building plan application system that reduces red tapes and turnaround times. And this is one is critical for the economy, because if you are a city like ours, a city in Gauteng, this is where jobs are. And it's about the speed within which do you approve development, new investment and all that. Do I have a system as a mayor where I monitor? If an application, if an investor comes and says, I want to build a retropolis. You know a retropolis, Mos? You don't know a retropolis? A retropolis. A retropolis. You can Google it. A retropolis is nothing else but an airport city. So the economy that is linked to the airport is called an retropolis. So we host the biggest airport here. And naturally, inherently, because we've got the airport, there are certain economic activities that are linked to the airport. Can you name one? The fact that we've got an airport. Mobility, movement of the people, right? It means transportation. The airport assists you to ferry people from wherever to here. What are other activities that are linked to that? It will be hotels, it will be tourism, it will be hospitality, because as people are traveling, they land here, they want to have access to this tourism product. So that becomes one of our economy, movement of goods and services. That's why you've got Terraco here, because it means you can have something here tomorrow, you can ship it anywhere in the world. That's why DHL, all that, chips, what drives the economy into the future is actually found here. So we must also make sure that as we advocate for investment, as we lobby for investment to come into our space, we're able to monitor it. So one of the things that we're battling with is that how do we have a new automated building plan, application system, investment approval that we can actually see real time, so that we can make an intervention if it takes time. Otherwise, the investment will go to other cities. If you are not approving investment on time, it goes to where? To other cities. Even other countries, they'll go to China. There in China, they produce anything there. Those who have an opportunity to go to China, you can actually see there. You pass a shop, you say you want this jacket. They say, for how long, which quality? Low grade, high grade, and so forth. By the time you come back, they say, here's your jacket. It's competitive. Now those cities compete and countries compete on the basis of production capacity and ability to approve these things for business. Now we must automate, we must think about it. How do you assist cities to monitor these things? So in March 2024, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, Honorable Buti Manamela, launched the INDWE 4IR lab in the Ekurhuleni East TVET College here in our city. And the establishment of this cutting edge lab is as a result of a collaborative private public partnership involving MESITA, Festo Didactic, Didactic, and Ekurhuleni East TVET College. The strategic alliance aims to introduce a comprehensive 4IR educational program that will significantly boost employability and productivity of the workforce, as well as enhance the capacity building efforts for the staff at TVET colleges. So in March, again in 2025, we launched a Germiston Smart Theatre at the Dumi Masilela Theatre in Germiston, the first of its kind in South Africa, a smart theater. Can you imagine it? Imagine what happens in a smart theater, whether you sit there and start to see people performing. I'm just imagining, because we launched it, but I've not really had a chance to go and see. So it is a first of its kind in South Africa, a symbol of how digital arts, culture, and tech must intertwine. This pioneering space is designed to merge artificial intelligence, AI, mixed reality, MR, and virtual reality, VR, and broadcast technology into live theater production, transforming the way South African creatives engage with the world. The Smart Theatre program will serve as an advanced training hub for performers, for writers, for directors, for technicians, providing the necessary tools to create, distribute, monetize their work across global digital platforms. Through these efforts, we are positioning Ekurhuleni as a smart digital city of the future, a place where digital solution meets the people. Now you can just imagine, we've spoken about water, we've spoken about electricity, we've spoken about the plant that is producing goods and services. You can be inspired. So there is a role for you in every aspect of our city. We spoke a bit about Erythropolis and economic repositioning. So as an Erythropolis city, Ekurhuleni is committed to fostering sustainable economic growth, innovation, and connectivity. Our bold vision to become Africa's leading airport city, and this development is transforming our regional economy by we want to revitalize our manufacturing and logistics. So the fact that we've got this airport, what does it mean in terms of manufacturing capabilities? It means you can manufacture anything here. Tomorrow you put it on the flight. The other day, it is integrated into a production of a BMW in Germany, produced here. Whether it's a cockpit, whether it's a chip, or anything like that. If you are in agro-processing or farming, you can produce your flowers here. Tomorrow, they are sold in the street of Paris. In early morning, those flowers When you think about Paris, you think about love. Well, let me stick to my speech before. So creating a space for digital logistics platforms and drone technologies, unlocking private investment and positioning the youth at the heart of new industry. Projects like Tambo Springs Inland Port have the potential to create over 240,000 jobs and are part of this transformation. Here we are working to ensure that youth-owned SMMEs are not left behind. Now we're talking about these capabilities. Trains, in terms of rail engineering, the new trains were modernizing the rail engineering. You've seen most of the new blue trains. They are new. They are produced here in the Guruleni. When you go to Danota in the east, we're no longer going to Brazil to get a train. They are produced here. High speed. Now, you must be thinking to say, in the rail engineering space, what type of technology do you need? In the running of a train, the management of a train, how do you monitor, the cabling? What do you call the cabling? How do you make sure that there's proper signaling? And those things are big things. When you talk signaling, it's big economy to manage how the movement of that. Now, youth development in action, considering that this event takes place during the Youth Month, in which we celebrate the youth of 1976. Neasmos, 1976. All of you. We are aware what happened in 1976. Youth, they stood up, they fought for education that is equitable, where that is just and all that. So we still reflect on the 1976 experiences so that we're inspired to do best, to do more for our country, to do more for our families, to do more for ourselves. So we do not just honor the youth of 1976 in words, we honor them in action. And over the past year, we've created over 18,000 job opportunities through the EPWP, that's an expanded public works program. EPWP. When you see an opportunity, because you must be employable, you are in the class now, you need to have your CV. And when you go through those short-term opportunities that the city makes available, remember, we've got all the departments. We take you, we place you in one department for 6 months or a year. We insist that these guys, they must give you training. We mobilize companies, the private sector, to give you that opportunity. We insist that they must give you proper training. You must not get there and do filing only. Filing is part of training. Take it from me. When I graduated from Val, it was Valtech at the time. Val Triangle Technology. Now it's called VUT. Val. But my first job, proper job, I work at a bank, I did frontline customer services, teller and all that. Then I went and worked for Siemens as a trainee, worked for a year in different spaces. You do a lot of, because the person who trains you was a manaktumaela tai. When's the filing? Go and print this and this. So it's part of this thing. But importantly, you must be impacted with knowledge, a skill that you acquire. So that is why we also spend a bit of money. We call the private sector to place you. We say, no, place these youngsters. We pay. We pay you as long as they commit that they're gonna do this thing. Now that is part of you making sure that your CV is attractive and you are competitive in the job market. So over 2,000 132 youth-owned companies access procurement. Some of you, we run a 68 billion municipality. There is a procurement activities, whether you are closing the pothole, you are cutting the grass, whether you are part of those who are transporting, whether you are fixing electricity when, and where are young people there? Are they also afforded an opportunity to bid? So 67 youth-owned SMMEs supported through various partnership, and there's various other youth that are trained in the computer numeric control, in the 3D design, and this is demonstrating our commitment to actively help youth engage with technology and bridge the technological divide. So we are trying to inspire you to say, government is doing its part. And there's various other stakeholders where if you are focused on this topic, if you are focused, then the future or the world is full of opportunities. Well, we've launched now a mayoral golf day to fund over 100 bursaries for deserving youngsters, and a youth market day to benefit 245 youth entrepreneurs in Etwatwa, where youth showcase their businesses. And they've got this, and they got access to markets and potential seed funders through bodies like NYDA. So the city is currently implementing the construction development program, wherein over 50 entrepreneurs ranging from CIDP 1 to 5 will be incubated and accelerated through direct mentorship of the appointed main contractor for over a 3-year period. The plan is to empower 50%, which must be women, and 50% must be young people. So what does it mean? It means in the construction space, we target certain projects where we train young people to become future contractors. So furthermore, we are piloting the last mile delivery training aimed at incubating 200 youth-owned logistic businesses per year, because the digital economy must deliver for our people and figure it. Now, what it means is that last mile delivery, take a lot, they bring the stuff here, and who's got an ability to navigate a township? It is a young person. So if you bring it closer, a young person takes a bike, is able to move around Etwatwa to deliver. And there is less risk and all those things. You know the rounds, you know how do you maneuver and all that. Now we're integrating. It means in the entire metropolis, we're integrating the township economy, youth, but you must be thinking as a young person like us, how do we track, how do we monitor that this young person moves with speed? How does take a lot of DHL gets comfort that those deliveries are actually happening and all that. A call to action for partners and sponsors. We are gathered here today. Let us also reflect on the need for shared responsibility. I really want to thank you, AB4IR, because you are now leading this call or responding on this call for action and the need for shared responsibility. And the future cannot be built by government alone. We call on all corporate partners, investors, and development organizations to support initiatives like the IB4IR festival and to fund programs in animation, in VR, in drone technology, in gaming, and systems development. As a city has laid the foundation, we now invite you to help us upscale together. We wish you well in your deliberations about leveraging on 4IR for development, and hope that this event will bring us sustainable solutions and help strengthen the city's use of 4IR in its development trajectory. And want to conclude by making a call to the youth of Africa. You are not just the future. You are the architecture of now. Use these festivals to connect, to learn, to innovate, above all, to act. The youth of 1976 lit the flame You must now carry it forward. Let your imagination and innovation build the cities, build the industries and solutions we dream of. Let us make tomorrow today. Program Director, thank you very much on my birthday.
Thank you. Let's give a
Thank
warm
you.
round
Thank
of
you, Chair.
applause to the mayor. May I ask that you please don't leave the stage? We just want to take a picture with the board members. Once the executive mayor is done taking pictures with the AB4R board members, may I ask that his delegates come and join for a picture?
I don't know who bought this, but it has to be less than, the mayor has to declare. Yes.
Can we have all the delegates that came with the mayor, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Executive Mayor. The initiatives that you are building are a great symbol of your belief in the power of youth to drive transformation in the digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please ask that we take a 10 minutes break, body break, and if you need to relieve yourself, please do so, so that we can prepare for the masterclass. Thank you. So we'll be back at 2 minutes past 12, or let's make it 5. Thank you.
What if tomorrow could be different? What if the future isn't something we wait for, but something we create together? Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025. Remake tomorrow today. A movement of dreamers, thinkers, makers, and those rewriting the rules of what's possible. Where young minds rise above limitations to bridge the divides of access and opportunity. Where knowledge becomes power and creativity becomes change. An intersection of learning and action where education meets innovation. Where borders blur between tech and art, urban and rural, today and tomorrow. New ideas are born. New stories begin here. Your voice, your vision, your future. Join us as we bridge the gap and remake tomorrow today. Welcome to the Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025, proudly brought to you by Africa Beyond 4IR. What if tomorrow could be different? What if the future isn't something we wait for, but something we create together? Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025. Remake tomorrow today. A movement of dreamers, thinkers, makers, and those rewriting the rules of what's possible. Where young minds rise above limitations to bridge the divides of access and opportunity. Where knowledge becomes power and creativity becomes change. An intersection of learning and action where education meets innovation. Where borders blur between tech and art, urban and rural, today and tomorrow. New ideas are born. New stories begin here. Your voice, your vision, your future. Join us as we bridge the gap and remake tomorrow today. Welcome to the Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025. Proudly brought to you by Africa Beyond 4IR.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request that we make our way back to our seats so that we can continue with the program? Humbly and kindly. Time is not on our side.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we request that we please get to the seat so that we can proceed. Time is not on our side.
The panelists all want me to be blue. She needs to go and work. No. Like, I get enough with me. We are so behind. No, she is, but we need to. Oh, no, it's fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to proceed. Can we get our seats? Everybody that's by the exhibition center, can we just move to our seats, please, so that we can continue? Right. So we're going to continue so that we are able to keep track of time. We've asked you guys to engage on social media. And this is the time now where we're going to see what that works towards for those that have. Ladies and gentlemen, by the exhibition center, please, can we grab our seats and also come get the voice levels down? So we've asked you to engage on social media. And for those that have, using our hashtags DYFA2025 or the hashtag Remake Tomorrow Today, we've got 2 winners that we're going to announce that have participated in posting and sharing the activities for today online. If the 2 names that are called out are here today with us in person, please get a hold of our team members so that you can claim your gift. If not, please engage online. For everybody that's joining us online, please engage online with us so that we can ensure that we make sure that we get the gift to you. For those that are here, you're more than welcome to come to the front so that we can hand over the gift to you. Are we ready? So the first person is Karabo Motwane. Karabo's here. Congratulations, Karabo. Oh, there. Sure. Thanks for participating online. And our second winner is Siwe Ngo. Is Siwe here? Well done, Siwe. Thank you so much for participating. Sure, so without wasting any more time, now we're getting into the meat of the technical stuff of why we're here, and that's a masterclass that we're going to go into now. The topic of this masterclass is preparing for tomorrow, how AI is reshaping jobs, skills, and opportunities for the next generation. The next generation is all of you sitting here today. So it's important that you utilize the notebooks or your phones to take notes, write questions so that we can engage on what's going to be shared. To lead the critical conversation, we have an esteemed expert, Ms. Fanezi Masemola, an AI training facilitator passionate about empowering Africa's youth with various concepts, and today she'll be then sharing on AI. Can we give her a round of applause, please?
Hello, just testing. My name is Fanezi Masemola. Just a fun fact before I start my presentation. Last year I was one of you guys participating in hackathons. I was a student at Within Code and recently graduating. So yeah, before we start, I just want to make sure that my slides are on par and then we can start. Who's controlling my slides? If I can, all right. No, nothing has to change that. Or maybe we just proceed. Yeah, you can start presenting. Okay. Oh, those are perfect. So initially I had my own theme, which was on the future, but to align with today's thing is that we remake tomorrow today. So I'll be teaching you how AI is reshaping jobs and industries, not just industries and job, and also how it's reshaping opportunities for me and you and what we can do about it. I'll also share my story on how AI rebuilt my future. We can go to the next slide. So, next slide, please. I'm not sure who's controlling my slides. No, the next one. So as you can see, guys, the title is From Soil to Software. So I started my journey as a BSc in plant production at the University of Limpopo. I did my honors degree there, where I was studying all about plant production, and now transition to software engineering at Within Code. Currently, I am an AI training facilitator at Within Code. Those who might not know what Within Code is all about, it's a software engineering academy that trains young people like yourselves with coding skills. Even if you don't have any coding background, you just have your grade 12, or even maybe you're still in grade 12, planning to get your certificate at the end of that specific year. They do take those kind of people, train them, teach them coding languages, your Java, your Python, and many more. So my journey started in agriculture, as I've already mentioned. I have an honors degree in plant production. Before it, I took a gap year and then transitioned. I got accepted in the University of Limpopo. And then I'm a bit nervous, but let me just, after completing it, I got an internship at the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. There I was facilitating plant production practicals, where I was teaching students on how to plant from the seed up until harvesting. I'm not sure, can they proceed to the next slide, please? Yes, thank you. So there I was doing my internship teaching students on how to plant up until harvesting, but there were times where I felt stuck, where I did nothing at work. So I wanted something more challenging, something that will challenge me and grow me as an individual. So that's how I found tech. I was referred by a friend of mine that did computer science. So initially I started at ALX, Software Engineering Academy. So I registered there. I started learning more about software in general and also coding in C. I had some issues, network issues, and also I was still a new mom. So that didn't work out. Then that's how I got into Within Code. I applied, wrote an assessment. After writing an assessment, went into boot camp, and then finally I got accepted. What made me be accepted in Within Code is that they normally don't look for just your technical skills. As I've already mentioned, that is the software academy that trains people who might not even have coding background. So your willingness to speak and also learn and also collaborate with an individual is what made me stood out and lend myself into that institution, because it's a peer-to-peer learning. There's no lecture there. So you have to be able to communicate with your peers. You have to be willing to learn and also learn on your own, because in tertiary institutions, we have lectures that facilitate that. So it was quite a huge transition from me being from the agricultural space where I was used to theory, now having to navigate doing things. So that's how I got into tech. And then what I took from my journey is that your educational background is not your barrier. It can be your superpower. What I mean by that is that as someone who graduated in agriculture, I saw that it was no longer fulfilling for me. So I needed to start all over again. Hence, I went into tech to get new challenges and also grow as an individual. Can we proceed to the next slide? So now that you know who I am, we are going to dive into what artificial intelligence is. AI is when machines learn to think and act smartly. Those AI models, you have to know that they are trained by individual. You have to continuously feed them data in order for them to respond accurately. And by you feeding them, you make them smarter. Think of them as your smart assistant that learn over time. As you feed them correct data, that's why when they get to respond to you, they learn quickly. And then in my position at Within Code, I'm currently an AI training facilitator where we teach generative AI. It's a free course for those individuals who have advanced programming skills. For instance, we are targeting people who are just joined the industry, who are junior developers, and also those who are in their final years do studies, maybe doing computer science or any software related course. There we teach them and we equip them with tools that help boost their daily productivity. And then let's say, for instance, help you learn new technical skills. For instance, maybe you might, when you were studying, you might have been maybe introduced to Python. Now you have to transition from Python, let's say, to JavaScript. That's what we teach them to all about, and also to write proper tests. And also, you know that when you join new companies, you might have systems that are already in place. So we are teaching you to navigate such system or project, helping you understand them better, unlike just always constantly having to ask your senior questions. So we are equipping you with those skills. We can move to the next slide. So now we'll be diving into how AI is changing life in Africa. For instance, I've already told you guys that I was in the farming field. So in farming field, we have AI tools that are now predicting, detecting plant diseases, or also automating your irrigation system, and also predicting rainfall, making it easier for farmers to know what kind of diseases they are dealing with, and also do precaution measures accordingly. In businesses, we also have AI tools like your chat box. We no longer, as you can see, guys, jobs like your call centers are now fading away because we have AI models that can now answer your calls, all about and answer all the questions that you might have about that specific business. So that's where we are moving. So by you equipping yourself with those kind of skills, you'll be able to now, let's say, we have careers like your data analyst, where they'll take whatever data that the chatbot shared and then analyze it, giving businesses insight of how their business is doing. And then in education, we have personalized learning because we learn differently. Other people learn by visual learners, others learn by listening to recordings, others learn by reading. So by personalizing that, you are now able to master your studies. And then another thing, in creativity, AI is also generating your music, your art, and also ideas. You can be able to brainstorm with AI. So this is where the future is going. Can we please go to the next slide? Next slide, please. I'm not sure who's. So some people might fear that. I remember there was an attendee asking about how AI is taking jobs and all those things. So I'm going to address that AI is not taking jobs. Jobs are now evolving. For instance, long time ago, we had farmers that their roles was to monitor your farms and all those things. Now we can have your drones that can easily give you an overview of what is happening in your farm. For instance, scouting for your diseases and also automating irrigation. So farmers are no longer needed to be there every day. We have those AI tools that can help them with that. We also have new jobs that are coming out of AI, like your agri-tech analyst. Those people will be analyzing whatever that is happening in the farm and giving the farmer an insight of what is going on. We have new roles like your AI trainer, those people who are training models, your chat GPTs, as maybe many of you might know of it now. Those things are trained by people for it to give you accurate data. Those things are trained by the AI trainers. You have drone operators. We have to know how to utilize those AI tools that we have. Your data engineers that are needed to analyze whatever data that you get from your AI tools. So you don't need to be a coder, you can be a creator, designer, or storyteller, because remember, AI is not a person. So we still need those emotions, we still need human creativity. And also jobs are evolving nowadays. We are no longer required to be on office daily. As an AI facilitator, I sometimes work at home. So those are the benefits that comes with AI. You're no longer needed. You can do your work using your laptop or computer. So this is where we are evolving. After COVID, you saw that in-person things were no longer required because we were transferring diseases, not diseases, for instance, COVID. So we do need such initiatives. So that's where AI is taking us. We can now move to the next slide. So I'll be giving you skills that you'll need in this new era. So not just digital skills, also soft skills, being able to analyze those things and or communicate them to your employers or business partners. Those are essential in this era. Digital skills, what I mean by that, being able to use those AI tools. For instance, if we need a drone operator, we need someone who will be able to make that drone move. Another thing, you have to be creative with AI. As times move, things changes, we need new ideas. So as an individual, continuously learn, move with the times, be as much as creative as you can, so that now we can prompt your AI to give you things that are moving with the time. Also collaborate, because with things at work, you need people that you can work with, share those ideas. AI can't do that. So another thing is growth mindset. Have the ability to always, always be willing to learn. If myself, I was now still stuck in agriculture, I wouldn't do the things that I do today. I can now build website which can help the agricultural sector. Just to share, in my hackathon last year, I managed to build a website that does an auction online, because we know that our farmers are busy. Sometimes they don't have to physically be there. They're busy managing their produces. So building such tools, it's helping us move forward, other than relying on the old way of doing things. Let's say having an auction inside a building like this. If we can move things digitally, we are making our lives easier and being efficient in our daily tasks. Another thing, being a critical thinker and stay curious. So what I mean by that is that with the AI tools that we need, you have to analyze whatever data that it gives you. You can't just accept everything, because sometimes AI tend to hallucinate, especially if you are not asking it the relevant questions. It might assume that you are referring to a specific thing while you are not referring to that specific thing. So being able to critically analyze whatever AI gives you is an essential skill that we all need as AI users. Another thing, staying curious. Since the world is continuously evolving, we need people who are curious, who ask why this is working this way, why can't we make it operate this way? That's where we come in as the youth. Can we please go to the next slide? So these are just AI ready toolkit that will help you guys be equipped and ready for this AI thing. So as I've already mentioned, at Within Code, we currently have a Gen AI short course, which is free for everyone who is a junior developer who has coding background. We keep them to be job ready, to be able to use those AI tools. Another thing is that constantly connect with tech individuals. It can be on your LinkedIn events such as this, where you get to learn about certificates that are currently needed in the field, because there are a lot of, recently this week I attended the Microsoft event, so they were showing us jobs that are currently in demand, like your data analysts, your software engineers. So by going to such events, you know that what kind of jobs are in demand for you guys to be in line with what AI is doing. Unlike just going to, let's say, university without really knowing what are the current jobs that are in demand. Another thing is that start small with what you have. You don't need to start as an expert. Start small. For instance, start building that website. We have a lot of tools like your YouTube. With me, when I started, I didn't have any background in coding, as I've already mentioned, and we didn't have any lecture. So I referred to tools like your YouTube. where you can just search, how do I build a website? Your solo learn, where you can learn programming languages, how to speak to that computer, and also W3 schools, where it gives you basics of programming syntax that I use. So start small, build that chatbot, build that website. As I've said, you have to be curious, want to know how something is created. And another thing is that also Google has free courses where AI for everyone. You can also refer to such tools to equip yourself with AI. Go to those events, network with different companies. You might not know. Maybe next year you'll be the one standing here giving a master class. Because a year ago, if someone said, Fanezi, you'll be giving a master class, I wouldn't believe that. Please go to the next slide. So what I want you guys to take away from this lesson is that the future is continuous learning. So you shouldn't just rely on what you learned yesterday. Take those things and incorporate them continuously. The tech world changes fast, learning never stops. So you see, previous years, we didn't have this remote work, we didn't have maybe AI analysts or AI trainees, but we now have them. People who are continuously learning are the ones that will give us those new innovations. So every skill builds on another. Previously, we had those big computers, but now we have your iPads, your computers. It's because it's continuous evolution of things. Upskilling turns fear into opportunity. When I started as a software engineer student, I was frightened. I thought, will I be able to do this? But I took a leap of faith because I was transitioning from theory, and with software engineering requires you to do things by practicing. So if I feared that, okay, I'm just used to theory, I wouldn't be here today. So upskilling always turns out into an opportunity. Can we please go to the next slide? The previous slide. Also. So what I want you to remember is that you belong in AI. Today, take it upon yourself to learn new skills, to stay curious, to learn, and also your background is your strength. As someone who was in agriculture, the AI things, I learned them in agriculture. For instance, we have your systems like your hydroponics, those automated irrigations are what sparked the tech thing in me. So start small, stay curious, and be courageous. You can be anything in life. And then thank you. With that said, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Masamula. Please don't leave the stage. I just want to, I'm going to take literally 2 questions. Are there any questions online? Are there any questions online? No questions. 2 questions on the floor. Please stand up, say your name.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Sisi, for the presentation. My name is Andy from Davidson. We work with youth, mostly in school and out of school, NEET youth. I heard you said you start with final year students, entry level.
Yes.
Most of these kids that some are here, there's no labs. They don't even know AI. So if we're only looking, it's not for you. how do we bring it back? Likotshwa lisemanzi. For them to be able to enter these spaces confidently, it has to start somewhere. So if the starting point excludes the majority, how do we get them into that space earlier, before, post-matric? Thanks.
Okay. So how we can start, as I've already mentioned, for instance, your students that want to get into tech space, we have those free certifications that are accredited, so they can go to your Microsoft website. There are free courses there. Also, Google has those things. They can also refer to your YouTubes. Yeah, those are the things that I think of for now. The certificates, yes. And also connecting, because some things, guys, you get to meet people on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is very crucial. Get to LinkedIn, connect with the relevant people. You'll know about such events. You'll know about different certification that different companies have. You can equip yourself step by step. Just have your end goal. What do you want to do? Do you want to be an data engineer? Do you want to be a software developer? Then search for relevant things. How do I become software developer? Free courses that I can take, universities I can enroll in. So those are the things that you have to do. Do your own research, connect with the relevant people, and then you'll get where you wanna be. That is my.
Hi. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, my name is Debalone.
Mhm.
My question is pertaining to the short course that Within Code provides,
Yes.
the Gen AI.
Mhm.
So I wanted to know the requirements. Is it for everyone who is willing to learn, or is there a certain criteria requirement that you need to meet in
That-
order to do the course?
Okay.
And another question is that once you get enrolled into the program, do you do it virtually, or you need to be physically be available at the site for the learning purpose?
The Gen AI course or
Yes.
Within Code in general?
The short course, the Gen
Okay.
AI.
Okay.
So you do it online, or you need to be at the premises in order to do the course?
Okay, thank you for the question. So with the Gen AI, currently we are catering it for junior developers and also those with a coding background, because the curriculum is robust. So it needs someone who has knowledge in programming. So we do have an in-person program and also online. So if you want to find out more about it, search Within Code. It's either on LinkedIn or go to their website. That's where you can register. If you have coding background, then that is the good course for you guys, because it needs you to know a little bit about programming. And then we still going to have a non-technical curriculum, but it's not yet in place now. Yeah, I hope I answered your question. Thank you. Any more questions? All right.
Hi. Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, Fanezi. Thanks for the
Afternoon.
wonderful presentation. It's great to see women pioneering in the area of AI. Myself, I am Kolanis Kosana. And I heard you say jobs are evolving. And it's true, jobs are evolving. And I mean, take for instance, the issue of drones. You said now there are no longer a need for wild rangers to go around surveying, right? So drones can do that. But then now the ratios don't balance. If you look at jobs, more jobs are gonna be lost because of AI. And that's a fact that I think many of us are avoiding, or we are shying away from that, right? Take for instance, now you will have a drone pilot driving that drone to survey the wildlife, right? But then 10 years later, the drones are autonomous. You were happy as a drone pilot, but now you lost your job.
Yes.
And so basically my question is, do you think we have policy makers or decision makers, regulators who are wide awake and are making decisions that favor us as South Africa? Because I mean, now we are in a position where we are consuming a lot of this technology, but we're not necessarily developing our own technology. So it's great. We are feeding them with our information. They're becoming stronger. But where are they based? They're in Germany, they're in US, wherever they are. We're not creating our own technology. So in a long term, do you see this being beneficial, or we should approach it with a certain level of caution?
All right.
Sure.
Thank you for your question. I'll try to answer it. So you're saying, do you think in future those drone operators will still have the job?
So I'm saying, do you think we have policy makers who are making decisions right now, or policy that favors us? Because I mean, we are consuming this technology, we are not owning this technology. Right now, ChatGPT, where is it based? It's in the US. We are using it. And there's automation and everything that is coming into South Africa. But in the long term, 20 years down the line, yes, now you are using that technology, but then 20 years down the line, what's going to happen? Jobs are lost. Jobs are getting lost now as we speak. Do you think our government is aware of this and making decisions that are in favor of us?
Okay, I got it. So as for policies, guys, I'm not an government person. I'm not sure about that. But in my slide, I said you have to continuously learn. Yes, you can be a drone operator today, but if you see that things are evolving, equip yourself with that, move with times. And then another thing, yes, those things are developed in your Germany or wherever. You as an individual, if you have an idea, go to relevant companies that can support that idea to make it to make it. So what I'm trying to say is that we shouldn't just rely on government. We have to start where we are today and then learn whatever skills that we need for the future. Continuously prepare. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation. Indeed, it was insightful, and for the engaging questions. I think the last question was quite an interesting question. Perhaps it's also worthwhile sharing online as well, so that we can engage and open the discussion beyond ourselves here, so that we can hear what the different thoughts are. Because definitely digitally we have then the platform to be able to engage on such things and access some of the key people that are able to answer and engage on them. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to move on, because we need to then move into our panel discussion, so that we can, hopefully with some of the questions and the hands that were there, they will be addressed with some of the questions that we'll have to panel members, which we'll be facilitating. I'll be starting with the first panel discussion. I just want to make sure that we have our online panel member connected and audible. Technical team, is he not online yet? Okay, I think we'll proceed then. If there's changes or he does join, you will let us know. You'll just give me a cue. So the panel discussion that we'll be having is building youth-led digital enterprises in Africa. And for this particular discussion, we've got Mr. Nhlanhla Mkhwebane, who's the head of robotics at Brainwaves Development. Mr. Nhlanhla, can you join us on stage? Can we give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And then we've got Mr. Gerald Machiri, who is the Principal Director and COO of Irene Christian College. Welcome, sir. Then the third member is the one who will join us online, who's Mr. Damilola Obidairo, who's the CEO of Eighth Gear Hub and Venture Studio. We can just acknowledge, but when he joins, we'll get him on. And then we've got Ms. Kakaza Mtembu from Digify Africa. She's the COO. Right. Welcome to our panel. So in the interest of time and to also ensure that I'm not going to necessarily go through the biographies of all of you. What I'll do is that with every question I pose to you, can you start with just a brief introduction in terms of who you are, what space you're operating in, and then you can proceed with the answer to the question. So, the first question will be, in what ways do youth-led digital businesses uniquely address Africa's social or economic challenges? It's a two-part question. The second part of the question is, what do you think are the inherent advantages that young entrepreneurs possess in identifying and tackling these challenges with digital solutions?
Good morning, afternoon. My name is Kakaza Mohare from Digify Africa. And we are a youth-driven impact organization that makes sure that the youth of this continent have the skills that they need to thrive within the digital economy. To answer your question, I think when we look at, I guess, maybe the role that youth SMMEs bring to this conversation, for me, I'm always a fan of African solutions for African problems. And you can go even more hyperlocal than that. And really what that means is that because we're based, a lot of these entrepreneurs are based in our community, we're able to come up with solutions that are responsive to our context, be it socially, politically, economically. And I think that those hyper-local solutions are really, really important. There's also a drive towards going for affordable solutions because ourselves as entrepreneurs are always trying to find mobile friendly solutions, always trying to find low data solutions as well, which really then responds to the needs on the ground. And to the second part, just around, the advantage, I think for me, the first one is there's a bravery and there's a creativity in being young that I think maybe older entrepreneurs, life has been lifing, and it becomes really difficult. And I think that creativity is so important. Also, as digital natives, I think their understanding of digital and the digital tools to use is so much easier, and that's they can really think around the digital solutions that are needed. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. If I may, just with a follow-on, because you're working in the space with youth predominantly, looking at the skill sets that are then required in that space, especially in disadvantaged areas, what are your thoughts around the potentials of technologies like AI and the accessibility thereof could have in making sure that young people are able to not only just come up with ideas, but actually be empowered to do something about the ideas?
I think, it presents so many great opportunities, but as has been said in the audience, how are we making sure that this technology is reaching young people who are sitting in your peri-urban areas or in your rural areas? But I think in terms of that skill set, we can't avoid it. And what's happened now with the digital divide is that it's almost gotten bigger. Those who have access to this technology are getting further ahead. And so it becomes really important for organizations like ourselves, really important for government and for corporates to really start thinking about how do we take this to the people who need it the most. If not, we have this digital divide only growing.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, we'll move to our next panel member. My good sir, you're in the robotic space, if I'm correct?
Yes, that is
Yeah,
correct.
100%. Let's just test if it's okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So my question to you is to also bring it home. It relates a bit to the previous question to say, how can we ensure that equitable access to digital tools and education for aspiring entrepreneurs that are in these spaces, urban and rural areas? And what role do you think that the public-private partnerships can play? And how can we tailor them to ensure that we have educational programs to meet the diverse needs that we have in disadvantaged areas?
Okay. As they said, my name is Ntantam Kwabane. I come from Brainwave Development. So basically, that question, I feel like it needed to be directed to me because we are in a space where we're pushing STEM in rural areas, especially disadvantaged areas, areas like Hammanskraal, Soshanguve, and so forth. So I think we are actually the community that's playing a bigger role in actually achieving that goal because we're dealing with kids from grade R to grade 7. We are actually teaching them robotics and getting them into the space. That's preparing them for this digital change. You can't walk into an industry blind. So I feel like we need to nurture these skills at an early age, and that's where we should start actually. So from us giving our children digital devices, let's monitor what they are doing. AI is allowing us to actually do that by monitoring what they are consuming on the internet, and we can control actually their screen time and what is being consumed. So I think as the community, that's where we need to start. We need to educate the mere community in how to use the digital infrastructure that we have. We are thriving to get fiber everywhere, internet everywhere, but it's the governance around that. So the governance of all these resources that we are being exposed to is very important.
100%. Thank you so much for that response. I love that you're touching on the governance aspect because the previous question that was raised was around policymakers and their role. In terms of then private-public partnerships, what's your view in terms of how well these partnerships are working, or what could we do better to ensure that we enhance the support, especially in disadvantaged areas? Just linking that to the work that you do.
I feel like these partnerships are important, but like I said, let's have policies and governance in place so that we can be able to monitor and actually monetize, because at the end of the day, it is an economic space. We need to be able to monetize whatever skills that are being brought out to these kids. And yeah, I think that's what we need to do.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the response. Yeah, we can move on then to our third panelist for the third question. Good day, Masa. So my question to you then is, in terms of the emerging technologies that we have, whether it be AI, blockchain, fintech solutions, which are shaping the youth of Africa, what are the biggest opportunities and potential pitfalls of these technologies for young entrepreneurs?
So I wear two hats, essentially, just to give a bit of background to the education space. And we are wannabe investors. So we invest in young people. And we like to focus at the idea stage. So, you know, when you're looking for funding at the beginning and you don't have a lot of funding, we tend to invest in those areas. And in the education space, we own schools that empower children from a very early age. Our programs start from the age of 4 and ending at the age of 18. So we use what is called the Cambridge curriculum or the Cambridge system to empower our kids. So going into, I was reading an article on Microsoft that they're letting go almost 10,000 people from their workforce because particularly in the sales space. Now, that in itself means it sounds like bad news, but there are opportunities to be had, which means you have to upskill, reskill. You have to completely change your mindset on what the possibilities are. And you mentioned blockchain, AI, the previous presenter put that across. The opportunities there exist in automation, in making. I'm a huge believer in Gen Z. A lot of people say Gen Z this, Gen Z that. I love Gen Z. The way they think and the way they are plugged in to what is happening in the world and where we are going technology-wise. The opportunities are immense. I mean, whether it's agriculture, drone operation. I know they are. ESCOM is building huge solar farms, so those solar panels need to be cleaned. There are huge opportunities for drone operators. There are huge opportunities in that space. So whether it's agriculture, it's commerce, fintech, I think we shouldn't be put off by the number of so-called failures in the tech space. They say 70 to 90% of tech companies will fail within 10 years. That in itself should not be a deterrent. I think it's an opportunity to make our lives easier as we move forward, despite the so-called risk that we may experience.
Thank you. That was quite an elaborate answer, and yeah, gives a lot of context. To any one of you, the next question to tackle is our online guest on? Okay. My good sir, can you hear me, Mr. Damilola?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, thank you so much for joining in with us and welcome. I'm going to share then the question that we have for you as part of our panel. What I'd ask the panel members is that for the interest of the audience, you could just share a brief introduction of the space that you operate in, and then you can tackle the question. So the question for you is that when we're looking at entrepreneurs, funding and scaling of solutions is quite a barrier to entry when it comes to startups. What innovative strategies have worked for you or your ecosystem in building sustainable digital ventures? Over to you. Mr. Yes, we can hear you clearly. Did you get the question? All right. After the introduction, it's just you telling us, in terms of funding and scalability being a key barrier for a lot of startups, what innovative strategies have worked for you or your ecosystem in building sustainable digital ventures?
Beautiful. All right. And I really hope you can hear me because the question that you asked is one that is of immense interest to me. And thank you for organizing this as a fellow panelists that are some of the conversations interested. My name is Damilola Otairo, CEO of APL Hub and Venture Studios based in Lagos, Nigeria, and back here, geography. I want to frame the question from funding and creativity being a problem and to it being an opportunity. The error of thinking of funding and then automatically thinking of indirect investment and our technology advancement are forced to stop. I think it's critical for us to know that we say that there are a lot of challenges and problems in Africa, but what we also mean at the same time is that there is a lot of opportunities for us to take advantage of. And we have a huge capacity here. We have we have the natural resources, which is the raw material that we need to make was not necessarily trying to build unicorns. And I think that that's the major strategy that has on even the non-tech MSME is building local tools that MSMEs can use to digitally transform their businesses. And then, of course, creating opportunities for the young people to and then the team and key is then multiplied as we go. So in some way, just have a direction as a major strategy as possible, how we can build local to use local resources. I understand the level of investment for this part, but we need to consider multiple local fabrication centers for hardware on the continent. Yes, we can think of what we can do in constant that so that we are not importing a lot of technology that we are doing right now. And we have delivered a comprehensive accomplishment. And from the industrial age even to the digital area now, and not so that we think as a challenge, but rather look at how we can within the means that we have made something that we have to do. And finally, I'll leave this thought, and which is one of the things that we are trying to do even there, because to look at how we can encourage local investment. You understand? Entrepreneurs who don't well, also do that and just send down the money to other entrepreneurs who have built to build, rather than depending yet again.
Thank you so much for the response, Mr. Damilola. Thank you so much for that. So if I'm getting you clearly, it's to say, let's bring it back to the fundamentals. Let's go to what we're enriched in, and let's then move across the value chain to then build digital solutions to optimize on what Africa and African entrepreneurs can solve for. And I think it ties nicely with the theme in terms of the first panel member when you spoke about the fact that we should be building solutions for inherent social challenges that we have. In conclusion then to the discussion, I'd just like then to give each one of you an opportunity to briefly, in a few words, a sentence or two, what advice would you give to young people who want to build businesses rooted in impact, innovation, and African excellence? One or two. Start with you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, like I said, I'm involved in the funding stage of funding businesses. The most important thing is, what problem are you solving? Is the problem existing, or it's a problem that people don't know already exists? Must be able to communicate effectively. Is it scalable? So those three things are absolutely crucial. And also the fourth thing is work on your soft skills, because investors are not only looking at what you can do, they also invest in you as a person. So if you're a difficult person to work for or work with or to invest in, work on those soft skills. They're crucial to your success.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. So what I would say is that let us not be afraid to replicate ideas. Just because something is out there doesn't mean that you can't do it yourself. You can always add your own creativity. You can always be bold in your own way. Technology evolves every day. We learn every day in the technology space. New technologies are being developed every day. Skills that mattered previously don't matter anymore. Certifications that mattered previously don't matter anymore. Open up yourself to new education. Like the lady said from Huawei, certifications are out there. Microsoft does give free certifications, paid certifications. Look at the industry you'd want to go into. There's multiple industries that are booming right now with AI and new technology. So just open yourself up and don't confine yourself into the boxes that we've always had. to say, this is the course that I will take. And whichever course you take, make sure that it's scalable, and you can grow within it.
I think I'd say impact work it's not easy and it's not always fun. So I think it's really important for you to be purpose driven and to really understand why you're doing what you're doing. Because in the tough times, it's the why that's really going to push you. When you enter any space as an innovator, there are always other people in that space. I think it's very important for you to look at them as collaborators rather than competition. I think we can do so much more if we think about how we come together to be able to better a solution. And lastly, I think impact storytelling we don't speak about enough. I can tell you about how great Digify Africa is and the impact of our programs. But if you hear a story of one of our graduates and what their life has looked like after Digify, that story will speak volumes much louder than anything I can say about it. So I think control your narrative or own your narrative, and be able to tell your story. Don't forget to just make noise about the change that you're making on the ground, because that's really what's important.
Thank you. Panel members, thank you so much for your insightful sharing. I think to young people, all of you who are sitting here today and those online, you have definitely gotten a lot. Mr. Damilolo, are you still with us on virtually? Is he still on? Thank you so much, my good sir, for also joining us virtually. I would have liked to give you an opportunity to also leave just a sentence to the young people in terms of words of advice for entrepreneurs that are building solutions in the space.
That man is really horrible, but I'm sure that what I heard is a message for the young people.
Yes.
You will be one.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Damilola. So, in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, it's the advice that you've received, which is to say, build solutions that are addressing problems and ensure that in building them, they're scalable, but also have the soft skills required. Don't be afraid to find yourself challenging other similar innovations that are in the space that you're in, because all it takes is a great chance. It doesn't matter if you're replicating. Just continue to give yourself a chance. And also impact. What is your big why that you're addressing? Make that the center of what you're doing. It's not easy, but it's doable. And from Mr. Damilola, collaboration, don't think just be within the borders of what you see. Also think digitally in terms of how do you collaborate with other fellow Africans and globally be able to then take your solutions to the world. Panel members, thank you so much. Thank you for your engagement. And our next session is the Startup Journey, Youth-Led Digital Enterprises. Here, it offers authentic insights and powerful storytelling from frontline of innovation. And guiding us through this journey is a dynamic voice and brand and digital strategy, Mr. Mashitisi Maluleke from Sim Digital Agency. Mr. Mashitisi embodies entrepreneurship and innovation in action. Please give him a warm welcome as we let go of our panel members. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. On stage, that's going to join me is Mr. Ntu Maluleke.
Okay, we're back on now. Sanbonan, Dumelang, Ausheni, Minjan. Okay. Thank you all for giving me an ear, and to the organizers, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak here today. My name is Maluleke Ntu. I was born and bred in a small village called Rotterdam in Limpopo. I completed my matric in the township of Meadowlands. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I'll just be standing here for the camera, for the people online. So I completed my matric in the township of Meadowlands in Soweto. I am the founder of SIMA Digital Agencies, which is a fully integrated and proudly South African conglomerate of creative and digital agencies. But before I start, let me ask you guys a quick question. Do you guys think we'll ever reach a stage where AI can present speeches for us? Ms. Panezi, do you think we'll reach a stage where AI can just skip over to the next slide without having to say next slide, please? Okay, cool. So I matriculated 10 years ago, and then I moved on to study computer sciences at Wits University. But like most South African Black youth, I found myself in an environment I got because of being either misinformed, disinformed, or uninformed, or just, you know, our natural propensity to glamorize, what do you call these things? To glamorize disciplines or institutions that sound fancy instead of going with our compatibility. You know, so because of this, I found myself designing logos when I was supposed to be, you know, programming, you know. So fast forward 2 years later, I dropped out. I went to the University of the Free State to study BCom Law and LLB. And still, you know, I found myself designing flyers when I was supposed to be pulling all-nighters and writing essays and, you know, talking to your honors there. But throughout all of that, you know, throughout all the studies, my love for design, my love for creative problem solving, storytelling, and through visuals never left me. You know, whilst some students were writing essays, I was just busy designing logos and pitch decks and, you know, learning the hard way, you know, through failing. And that's when I learned my first lesson. You know, you do not need to know everything to start. You need to just start and commit to learning, then you'll know everything, right? And then in 2020, during my final year, in the middle of lockdown, I approached a few people that were running prosperous businesses in Bloemfontein, and asked them to design a few flyers for them, and in turn they'll spread my name, right? And we both stayed true to our words. And then in 2021, just after COVID, I decided to then register the business and formalize the processes, right? And it was tough, it was tough because this was a stage where some people, half the world was in recovery and the other half was trying to figure out if they're employed or not, right? And then we registered the business and we offered graphic design work because at that point I had a design portfolio and my seed was just that, not capital, not funding, just consistency and Adobe, right? And then business was low, but then 2022 came and things were starting to pick up, and then ESCOM decided to drop stage 6 load shedding like it's a new Beyonce album, right? And then, but hunger is a great motivator, and paying rent was also another better motivator. So I made plans, worked at internet cafes, at McDonald's, whichever one worked, because you can't tell a client that you couldn't finish their project because of load shedding, even if somehow we stay in the same country, they just didn't work. But I persevered, and at the time I was HR, I was a marketer, I was the call center person, and each time a client would, or someone, prospective client would ask me for a quotation, I would just simply say, I'll ask the accounting lady, knowing fully well that I am that accounting lady that will send the quotation, right? So in December 2021, we joined Innovator Trust, shout out to them. And that changed the game for us because they gave us accountants, so that us SARS can stop sending their love letters. They gave us psychologists because entrepreneurship is hard, and other resources, such as business coaches, mentors, and funding and laptops and all those things, right? And then in 2023, we graduated to the Hatch program and were subsequently incubated by AB4IR, and the fourth quarter of last year, we saw our biggest growth yet. And then in the first half of 2025, which is this year, January till now, we actually saw our biggest turnover. This half a year, we saw our biggest turnover that we have never even seen in a full year before since inception, right? And so yes, while people say entrepreneurship is hard, one thing I can tell you is this: success is buried beneath an avalanche of failures. The only difference is who is willing to dig. So let me tell you what I've learned, which is the ugly side of entrepreneurship that Instagram won't tell you. You'll pitch, you'll be ignored. You'll invoice and you'll be ghosted. You'll doubt yourself. Your parents will suggest that you instead find a job, and Wi-Fi might go down while you have a pitch, But through it all, the lesson is this: sometimes the best form of learning is unlearning, right? So in business, especially in South Africa, we've been taught survival much more than strategy. We were taught to endure poverty instead of outgrowing it. We've been so accustomed to scarcity that we start to romanticize the struggle, right? We call it humble beginnings, even when it's keeping us stagnant. We must unlearn that, because remember, poverty is not a rite of passage. Innovation is. As a South African youth, we cuddle familiarity even when it's toxic. We must stop romanticizing the struggle and start dating opportunity. CIMA today, it's an agency that has full teams of designers, developers, marketers, hosters and photographers. And next year, we're launching our first digital subscription platform that will disturb the status quo. And if you're a young person thinking of starting, here's my advice: start with what you have. Not just Google, ask clients, ask your inner voice, learn to ask questions, innovate and delegate. Don't be a MacGyver, you'll burn out, right? Give other people an opportunity to learn and fail and learn again. Build and for scale. Don't just hustle. Don't just build a hustle you'll resent. Build a business that will grow, that you can maybe sometimes eventually even sell at a profit. Use tech. We have Canva, we have ChatGPT, we have all these CRM platforms, right? Let us utilize these platforms to build African solutions for African problems, right? Let us collaborate. Remember, your peers are not your competition. They are your collaborators waiting to be activated, right? It's important to pursue a career based on your dreams and your skill set, because sometimes your reality can mislead you just as much as a wrongly coded virtual reality program, right? And then remember, today's world is vastly different from yesterday's one, right? In some cases or in some careers, a portfolio is much more important than a CV. So you must polish what's important now, be strategic, be current. You are the change makers. Build like it, right? South Africa has over 2.4 informal businesses, right? We have over 60% unemployment for people that between the ages of 18 and 25, right? And that's not just a stat, that's a call to action, right? With the right policies, platforms, and partners, we can move from being job seekers to being job creators, from a poverty mindset to a prosperity practice, from a survival hustle to scalable business. And in closing, I say this, to the youth here today, you do not need permission to build. To the policy makers, maybe they're online watching, give us bandwidth, not broadband, right? To investors, the next billion-rand idea might be it's probably being brainstormed in a corner at Kasi somewhere, right? So entrepreneurship is messy, it's painful, and it's lonely, but it's empowering all at once. It is ours. Let us adopt to new ways of thinking. Let us adapt to changing economies. Let us build, not just for now, but for next. And as a product of AB4IR and the beneficiary of Mother Africa and her riches, I can say this with impunity, right? The tables have been laid. The food has been served, but the cost of eating is so much for the most to pay, right? But as South Africa, as the youth of Africa, I say this to you, it is our duty to find innovative ways to dig deep into your grounds, lay the seeds and bury the seeds and lay bare the fruits of a digitally transformed Africa. Because we don't just represent the future, we are the architects of it. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Malegentu, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Let's give him a warm round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much, Mr. Maluleke, for that honest and inspiring journey. Your story reminds us that building a digital business isn't about strategy only. It's about resilience, it's about purpose, and believing in the power of your vision. We appreciate your time and we value what you have shared with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give him a warm round of applause again? Thank you. Now, we have informed you that, or we have requested that you join the conversation online and you drive the digital conversation. So we have another winner. Buitwarelo. Buitwarelo, are you here? Buitwarelo, are you here? Please approach the stage. Let's give her a warm round of applause, everybody. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Buitwarelo. I did mention. Thank you, Buitwarelo, for engaging with us online. You too can get your gift if you keep on engaging online and driving the conversation forward. Okay, remember the hashtag is hashtag DYFA 2025, hashtag remake tomorrow today. We are going to break for lunch. We are going to break for lunch. How long is lunch? 30 minutes. We are going to break for lunch for 30 minutes. But before we do that, may I please request that the speaker approach the banner for some pictures with the AB4R team. And then we are going to have lunch in sequence, right? So we'll start with the Komodo Center. They'll be the first to take their lunch, and then we'll do the exhibitors. All the exhibitors, when they are back, when the Komodo Children's Center is back, please go queue for your lunch, and then the rest of us. And then may I please request that the speakers and the social development delegates will have their lunch on that side, on the first door on the left. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Komodo Children's Center. And all the speakers for photos.
Can we please have all the exhibitors? Exhibitors.
and gentlemen, welcome back once again from lunch. I really hope that you enjoyed your lunch. Our next item is a panel discussion. So I'll be calling onto stage my panelists. First panelist I'd like to welcome on stage is Mr. Rodney Manaso from iInnovation and Research Lab. He's the CEO. Thank you. Are the people on? Yes, Rod. Are the people joining us online ready? Miss Ivy Siovata? Miss Ivy, can you hear me? All right, let's call on to the next panelist, Mr. Mashitishi Puruti from Tshwane University of Technology. Let's welcome him with a warm round of applause, everyone. Okay, he's making his way onto the stage. Miss Winnie will be joining us online. Miss Winnie Akoko from Wise Hub, the programs lead. Are you online, ma'am? Thank you. Can we please welcome her with a warm round of applause as well? Thank you. Thank you. And the next panelist will be Mr. Kim Chulu, who is the CEO of Mind City. Let's welcome him with a warm round of applause. Thank you. Next panelist, Mr. Tato Mangwechape from Quaytech, and he is the Business Development Director. Warm round of applause. Thank you. Our last panelist is the CEO of Mafikeng Digital Innovation Hub, and he is Mr. Joseph Ndaba. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Wow. Okay. All right, Miss Ivy, are you online? Yes, I can hear you. Let's welcome Miss Ivy Siovata with a warm round of applause, everyone. Thank you. Miss Ivy is the CEO of Incubator Nest. Welcome. Welcome, ma'am. All right. Thank you so much. I'm just going to go around the panel, ask you to just give a brief introduction of who you are and what you do, please. I'm going to start with you, Rodney.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming to this event today. My name is Rodney Manaso, and then I'm from iInnovation and Research Lab. We do product development, and we also teach coding and robotics. Thank you.
Dumelang. Dumelang. That's more like it. The name is Joseph Ndaba. I'm from Mafikeng Digital Innovation Hub. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Tato Mangwechape. I'm the Business Development Director for Quaytech, and we do wearable devices, smartwatches, pods, and we are known as the first 100% Black-owned wearable tech company in Africa.
Eita. The language of young people back in the 1976 was saying, Amata. Mesh is my name. I prefer it short like that. If I were to call it in full, I might get a lot of questions. And I'm a lecturer and unit manager at the biggest faculty of ICT in the country and probably the continent, because we receive over 6,000 ICT students every year. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim, and I just want a disclaimer. It's Kim, so it's not Kim Kardashian. None of that. So if you see me outside, Kim, okay? I can allow you to Kim possible because I can make some things possible, but let's stick to Kim, okay? And I'm the CEO of Mind City, which is a career development platform, as well as a personal development platform. And also, just like my friend here, I'm also a lecturer. I assist PhD and master students with their research, technical research work, especially at the Faculty of Education at UJ, whenever they want to transition into bringing technical aspect into their work. And yeah, I'm also a human being. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have our online panelists. Miss Ivy, would you please introduce yourself and tell us what you do?
My name is Ivy Silvata in Kenya, working as a distributor investor on how to support startups and from ideation all through. So really looking forward and excited to be part of this year.
Thank you. We're excited to have you. Thank you. Miss Winnie, would you please introduce yourself and tell us what you do? Miss Winnie Akoko, would you please can you hear me?
Thank you so much. Yeah, can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. May you please introduce yourself and tell us what you do?
Thank you so much. Yeah, my name is Winnie Akoko. Actually, Akoko is a Pan-African name. It means different, different things in different countries. I don't know if it's for Africa, but in Western Africa, Ghana, so yeah, the region. So we are joining you from Kisumu, Kenya, and I'm super excited to be here. One
Thank you. We're super excited to have you. Let me start with you, Mr. Akoko. Which digital platforms have given you the most opportunities and which do you feel are still being kept or underused? Ms. Winnie?
Yes, sorry, I don't know what's happening. So your question is on the digital platforms that are giving us more opportunities.
Yes. And which do you feel are still being kept or rather underused? Thank you, Ms. Winnie. Are you still with us? No, we can hear you. Carry on. All right. Thank you, Ms. Winnie. We kept losing you here and there, but Thank you, Ms. Winnie. What I did take from what you've said is that you prioritize the marginalized group, especially in the ICT space, which is very important, although there are some areas of improvement. Let's give a warm round of applause, everyone. Thank you. My next question will be to Kim. What digital skills have been game changers for your growth, and where did you learn them?
If I'm the only one who's going to answer this question, I think it's going to be a very tricky. It's like you targeted me. But for everyone in the room, please do not go and tell, right, the people that I'm not going to mention about what I had done, because this is what I had done, okay? So some point in my life, I found myself working at a company, my first year of working, right? So I was there, and then I did like a month, second month, third month, and then I'm like, this is boring, okay? This is boring, and I don't think that I am enjoying much of this. So, I'm gonna call it a strategy, because it was a strategy, okay? So I was able to do the work faster, but I would tell the boss that it would take me longer. And that was only because at work, it was the only computer that could actually allow me to learn the digital aspect that I was enjoying the most, which was game development. I had my own laptop, but it would not support, the software that I would need, right? So I then ended up telling him that, okay, I will need to do this particular website because I was the digital expert in that company. And I would end up then learning a tool that's called Unity, which is for game development. And So I would usually tell him those things. That's what I was saying. Don't go and tell him. But we're good friends now. Because I turned him into my client after that year. I told him I was bored, tired, and then afterward, he then said, I can see that, so I would rather just come and then pay you for what I want you to do instead of paying you every month. And that's how things actually got to change. So to your point, to your question, 3D and the fact that I could create interactive digital tools has been what changed everything for me, because in my circle, I was the only one who was then able to build games. And then I turned that into building mostly educational games. And then that has always been what kept the company even going for the longest. We ended up, with another startup that I'm CTO of. We ended up winning like MTN App of the Year in 4 categories with our augmented reality application. So it took us off, and we got to have that as, probably the best investment or decision to steer our interest in the digital creative space. And I would say that that's what just been the best thing, because we were able to have a skill that at the time not many were actually able to have. So augmented reality game development was, really the biggest part. And then the second one would probably be user experience design, because I then continued with my studies and then focused on specializing also in interaction design, which included user experience design. And again, in the same rooms, you would find that you would often be the one that chose to have that, whilst all my peers were just doing graphic design. So that was constantly creating an opportunity for me to have conversations either with people outside of the country or in the country, or different companies, because of those particular skills, digital skills and tools that I was able to have. I hope I answered your question.
You have, wow.
Okay.
Let's give him a warm round of applause, everyone. You certainly are multi-skilled, and the fact that you were strategic about it is what makes you an innovator of note. Thank you. My next question will be to Mr. Tato. As a business development manager, what unique opportunities and challenges do digital tools present for creative industries, especially within the African content? And how can young Africans tap into cross-border creative projects?
Hi, everyone, again. Thanks for the lengthy question. When I saw the topic, it spoke about creativity and the arts and everything, and I tried to think, what do I know about the arts? What do I know about creativity? We were born in the days where we still use MS-DOS, picture, word perfect, and other applications like word art, those what we used to, that's what we used to do, or paint. That's how limited my creativity side was, So I was gonna regurgitate something that I've read or something that I came across an article or something. But I really wanted to be original and speak from something that I'm more aware of, something that I know, which is the health tech industry. Our company, we do smartwatches that I'm currently wearing here. And for us, we wanted to, initially for a company, we wanted to disrupt the consumer electronic space, which is filled with foreign products and foreign brands like your Apples, your Samsungs, your Huawei. That was a good idea, but then we didn't want to be just another option on the shelf. It's all good and well that there's a local brand in the market, but then how far do we compete? Do we compete from a marketing perspective? Do we compete of getting our consumers or getting the same consumers? For us, that would have been cutthroat. We would have been literally hanging ourselves by the thread, So we totally pivoted from focusing more on the fitness industry, like all of these gadgets are focusing on, and focused more on wellness and health technology. Because of the data that we're getting from the devices, from your vitals, your heart rate, your stress levels, your sleeping patterns, your calories burned, we actually took that data and built a system where you can link as many devices as possible, whereby you can give group computing on the data that you're getting from the devices, And for us, that's how we became creative in setting ourselves apart from all these other devices that are in the market. And now we are catering for a much wider market. We are catering for industries that have warm bodies, that have the mining industry. We are catering for occupational health, for any type of industry. Wherever there is a human being operating a machine or is needed, we give you that data that allows you to have an overall outlook in terms of your health data, maybe of your staff, or also getting health data of the guy of the miners underground. What we've seen also, there's a whole lot of technology that sits in vehicles, especially in the transport industry. There's a lot of tracking devices that tells you about the wear and tear, when your engine needs to be serviced, when even when your petrol gets stolen, there is technology for that. But there's not necessarily technology on the driver themselves, And we pivoted and looked at getting the same telematics data, but for the humans. So if the driver is ill, that's when you know that then he's not fit to drive. So we give warnings, we give analytics in terms of health data, sleep data, and that's how we approach it. And we see a huge opportunity for us in the risk factor, the risk industry, which is your insurance industry. As much as your tracking devices have changed tracking the insurance industry, we do believe that having the same approach on humans, because humans are the ones who are actually operating this huge machinery. If the human is unable to operate, then the technology is rather redundant, and you guys are actually looking after a depreciating asset. It's a liability, at the same time. But then we make sure that the data that we bring into the market caters for human data analytics, which in turn can speak to, like I said, the health data for Africa, health data for South Africa as a whole. So we know that in Africa, primary healthcare is a huge thing. Primary healthcare is for the 1%. And getting access to primary healthcare is one way that we bringing change and also improving primary healthcare. We are able to do doctor-to-patient remote monitoring. So people in the rural areas using our devices with our software, doctors can provide primary healthcare through our system, and that's how we've brought a huge change into. That's how we became creative in a space whereby creativity is not necessarily looked at from an art perspective, but then how are you creative in actually ensuring that there's access to primary healthcare for the people who couldn't get primary healthcare using the technologies that we currently have been building. And we're quite happy that we were quite creative in terms of coming up with a system that allows for those particular activities to be done.
Thank you. Warm round of applause, everyone. I certainly believe that there is creativity in putting a human element in the technology that you develop or that you create. Thank you. So the next question will be to Mr. Joseph Ndaba. Mr. Joseph, how do digital tools enable creators to find and cultivate niche audiences globally, and what advice would you give to other young creatives trying to carve out a niche in Africa's fast-moving digital scene?
That's a packed question. You were even taking time to read it, and you want me to answer in 2 minutes. Jeez. Okay, I'm going to start in reverse. Okay, the advice that I'm going to give to the creatives is there is money out there. Because I normally hear creatives saying, they're struggling with money, they want funding and the likes. Your brains is your money. How you actually use your brains, how do you actually use your creativity is the one that will actually be able to open the doors for you. how you actually position yourself, it is the one that will actually assist you to actually make money within this industry. This industry is the survival of the fittest. Those who are creatives are the one that actually makes a lot of money. Now, let's take pens and papers out. I'm giving a bit of a lecture. Yes. Now, the first part of your question, it talks about, that was your question 4, right? It talks about what are the unique opportunities and challenges. No. How digital tools enable creators to find and cultivate niche audience globally. I want us to take it step by step. You see that? Now, first thing what we need to be looking at is, what is that which you want to do? If ever you want to reach a certain niche, now you need to look at which tools can you be able to use to reach a certain niche. And in most cases, you are looking at your basic things like your TikTok or YouTube, your Facebook, because those are the tools that you can be able to use to be able to reach the niche that you are looking for. But the problem with these platforms is, what content do you put in that will actually want people to actually listen and take note of you? The second one we are looking at, if ever you want to tailor a content, on a detailed user behavior, because if you don't understand how users behave, you can actually not be able to craft a perfect content for them. So it is very important for you to start understanding how users behave, so as you can actually be able to give right information to them. For an example, take Facebook. Facebook, they have an offline hearing. So they know exactly what you are saying when you are saying it. Hence, when you go to your Facebook right now, they're actually talking about everything that you are talking about here. Because they actually know exactly what you want, so they tailor your content based on what you want. If right now you are talking that you want to travel to Durban, your third post is going to show you venues in Durban, is going to show you where to go in Durban, and all those kind of things. Because they are using this data to tailor-make anything that you may need. So you also need to start playing within that space to say, how do I get the insights so as to tailor my content to the right audience? Because this thing that anybody and everybody wants to hear my content is a lie. Not everybody wants to hear what you are saying, but there's a niche that needs to hear what you are saying. So you need to understand where they are, what they are doing, when are they doing it, so as you can be able to give them the content that they're actually looking for. So for that, AI has created a whole lot of things to be easy. So there are AI tools that you can actually be able to use to get these insights for you to be able to give the right information. You can use things like, your Taboola or your First Hand. First Hand, it actually assists you to get the data that you are looking for and actually create the right content for the right people that you're looking for. And then if ever you want to understand the behavior, you cannot right now go onto any platform and just post things. We are talking about data-driven decision making. So you need to actually have data for you to actually be able to say, this is the content that I need to put in there. But if you cannot be able to collect this data as a creative, and then use this data, analyze it, and then after analyzing it, create a proper content based on the data that you've actually gathered. Basic things like your Google Ads. Right now when you go to Google, Google has those, is it 6 or 8 dots? 8 dots. You just click there. It gives you a whole list of tools. Just Google alone. I'm not even going to talk about a whole lot of platforms. Google alone. It gives you whole platforms. You have thousands of tools that are sitting there that you can actually be able to pick and choose and use them for exactly what you need to actually be doing about that. And then if ever you want to engage an audience and gather feedback, use things like your Zing poll. When even Twitter, you can actually create a poll. And from that point, you can be able to gather the information that you need for you to create a good content that talks to the people that you want to advertise to. And part of the advice is, let's not just put things out there for the sake of putting them, especially as content creators, because whatever that you post today, we are going to look at it in the next 7 years and say, oh, this is you. So don't just post. I normally say to people, don't post anything at 3 o'clock in the morning, especially on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You know why? 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, you are from the club, right? Don't post. Wait up until you get sober and post the right things, because whatever that you put in your social media, it is who you are. And everybody always says, no, my life is aside, social media is aside. There's nothing like that. You have one life. Your digital life and your personal life sitting with you here, that is you. So whatever that you post, please make sure that in the next coming 3 years, it won't come and bite you. So please, content creators, and can you also look at what times are we posting? Because there are certain times that you don't need to be posting anything because your audience are not sitting on the platforms that you are looking for. So hence I'm saying, use your data analytics tools to know exactly who is your target, where are they sitting, when are they online, what are they doing, so as you can actually be able to give a good content. Even your life, because I see a lot of you live going live. But what exactly are you going live for? Is there a real content that you want to put out there that you want people to listen to you? So, this industry is a very nice, dangerous industry. It's nice in such a way that you make our life so easy. I can reimagine. So because of you, life becomes better. So you need to actually give us something that will not frustrate us, but that will make our life easy. The danger about this industry is, like I said, whatever that you put out there, that is your footprint. So be careful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ndaba. I think what you have said resonated with me deeply. It is important as a creative or a content creator to always look at what you put out there for your digital footprint, because it might just come back to bite you. And also very important to make use of analytic tools to target your audience. So yeah, thank you. My next question will be to Mr. Rodney. How do you see artificial intelligence integrating into the creative workflow? Is it primarily a tool for augmentation and efficiency, or does it pose a threat to human creativity and job security in the long run? May you please settle down, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah, those questions, they are very, very deep. All right. Thank you for the question, and thank you, everyone. Actually, those are the questions that we get all the time, especially when we talk about AI, because of it's the industry that we are in. So I remember when I started doing digital fabrication here in South Africa, it was not something that is being exposed to us as African people. So I remember when I was discovered by Professor Neil Gershenfeld from MIT. So that's when I got a scholarship, because I developed a cleaning robot. So people used to ask me, if you develop a cleaning robot, what will happen to someone who will be cleaning inside our houses and stuff like that, meaning they're going to lose their jobs? I was like, no, In this world, we are climbing a ladder, and then everything is changing. Technology, as you can see, the cell phones that you used to use before, they're no longer there. Now we are using touch screens. There are other. There's another technology that is on its way, that is coming. So you need to be prepared. That is why I'm saying it's a threat. It's only us who control those things. You know, whether we like it or not. Technology, it's here. And remember, yesterday, when I was engaging with the youth, I said one thing. When it comes to technology, people who develop technology most of the time, they are lazy people. You know, sorry to say that. Like I said, someone who invented a washing machine, they were lazy to wash. Like, you know, it saves our time. Nowadays, we used to go to libraries. You'll be searching all over the place looking for a book. Now you just Google, like a gentleman, what he said. Now everything is on. It's on the palm of your hand. You can actually. It's our everyday lifestyle. So technology will never take your job. That's why you need to be adaptable. That's why you need to always be ahead, you know, because it's changing. Today, what I know, tomorrow might be changed because of there are people who are busy doing discoveries each and every day. I remember drones before they came to us in Africa and stuff like that. I remember when I started doing digital fabrication 2011. That's when I knew about drones. When I talked about drones, I remember there was this other lady, we were chilling. So I was talking about drones. She was like, what kind of a dragon is that? I'm like, people, they don't know about those things. But the technology is coming. There's a bigger technology that is on its way, even now, that we don't even know, but it's on its way. And then there are people who are very, very, very far away from us because of, remember, our educational system. It's been systematized in a way where when we, like, they don't give us the whole thing, you know? And we are the one who are carrying the technology. It's just that we limit ourselves. We are afraid to explore, you know? For me to grasp such a knowledge from MIT, I was like, you know what? Here in South Africa, you'd find that someone has an idea, but just because of his chilling around with people who have, short mind, they'll tell you, no, this thing will never work. This thing, you know, if it didn't work, I wouldn't be in this seat and then talking to you guys. I started there were people who were laughing at me when I started these things, you know. Then when I started studying about these things, because they didn't know them, your so-called 3D molding and casting, 3D printer, it's been here for a very, very long time, just that we are not exposed. And what I love about technology is that nowadays we can go to TikTok. Even in TikTok, there are, what do you call these things? Where you can TikTok, it will ask you which interest, the way you were saying it. Yeah, so there are things that you need to look at it. Don't just look at things that just chow your data and then they don't give you something. Go research, and then you'll see that the world is big out there, you know. So nothing is gonna destroy us. Only human beings can destroy us, not technology. Remember, it's how you use it. You know, that's why they say do not abuse it. Use it wisely and then efficiently. So yeah.
Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Rodney. I certainly believe we as humans sometimes limit ourselves, and there's a certain song, I'm not sure by whom, that says, "What if?" So what if Rodney didn't create that robot? Some of you saw that robot that Rodney developed, and wow, it's for someone, it's beyond their imagination how one can develop such a machine, but it is possible for each and every one of us. And I'd just like to also touch on something that Rodney said yesterday. He said that in whatever industry that you are in, Be it you're a lawyer, be it you're a chef, you're a cook, there are opportunities in the tech space that you can leverage. You don't have to have a mathematical background, you don't have to have a scientific background. There is space and opportunity for each and every one of us. And if I can just share a brief story of breaking barriers. Um, in in mostly in all the advertisements of drone pilots, right? They want someone with a mathematical background and a science background. I can tell you that I don't have any of those background. I'm right-brained, I'm a creative, but today I have a drone license and it's through the efforts of AB4IR. Right, thank you. Miss Ivy, are you still with us? Thank you so much. We are trying to wrap up or preparing for wrap up. So if we can maybe just keep it a bit brief, the answers a bit brief now. Thank you so much. The next question is, what do digital tools enable, how do digital tools enable creators to find and cultivate niche audiences globally? And what advice would you give to other young creators that are trying to carve out a niche in Africa's fast-moving digital scene?
Virtual, meaning that we needed to engage in any of those tools that actually make a difference. For me, it's how a tool that creates a story. Because if you don't have a tool that will help you create stories, then you will not be visible out there. I know one of the panelists talked about you have to create a real stories. So tools that are engaging and tools that make now, another thing for me is also engaging in tools that give you continuous learning. How do you use this for you to keep on having to be in the game? Make sure that you have tools that are helping you, coaching you, creating engagements that are actually very good to the audiences. For me, that will work. That has worked very well for us. Able to see what exactly to give out, what information is needed out there, and what information is needed. The last thing I think, always have a tool that gives you an answer. You have to understand exactly what people are saying out there. You have to understand how your content is being engaged, who is and what suggestions or posts that you do, what is the pattern that is going on, and what is actually the feedback should get out there.
Thank you so much. Okay. Do you still have something to say? Okay, thank you. Let's give a warm round of applause, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much for highlighting the importance of continuous learning and upskill ourselves. There are tools out there. Some are free that we can really leverage on. My last question to Mr. Mashitishi. How do you protect your creative work in the digital space, especially when sharing on global platforms? And what legal frameworks or technological solutions are emerging to protect their work?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I don't know what it means that I'm the last one. I hope
Save the
that
best for last. I'm kidding.
the theme about protecting also doesn't emerge from me saying Amanda and so on, because those were issues that had legalities at the center. So issues of IP, they're also speaking very close to legal issues. Now, but before I go there, I think something that's really, really important for me that needs to be put out there is attitude of people. Because everything starts with your attitude. Before you can have the mind that protects things, you must have the attitude that values things. Before you can protect it, you must value it. Innovation can be in many sectors, different products. It's not only digital products that are innovation, but all those solutions, somehow they must be protected. And you can only protect them if you value them. So sometimes we like to say we sell ourselves cheap. Sometimes we put our talent on Facebook for people to see without them paying for it. Hopefully you do that because you want to start. But I just want to emphasize that we need to have right attitude towards valuing our work and also getting to understand how to protect it. Look, living in South Africa is easy when it comes to such, because South Africa already has put in place what you call CIPC, is Companies and Intellectual Property Commission. This is where you register your companies. This is where you also can do copyrights and all those things. So when you have the work that you value enough and feel like this work, I need to protect it, you simply go online. Don't be lied to and be told that somebody can assist. You basically need an email to register on those platforms. And you go there and create yourself an account to register. You had people saying that their business is to sell how to create companies. It's free to do that thing. You will only pay 100 and something for your company to be registered. But to log on and do all those things is free. So you need to know those things. They are free. The other way of protecting things that is free is a form that we call NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. If I've got something that I value, like I said, it starts with you valuing whatever that you are doing. Before I show it to you, I will say, sign here. We are not going to discuss anything until you sign here. You sign that you're not going to disclose, and you can even amend the non-disclosure so that it covers other areas that you think there's a need for your work to be covered for. So, not to go far, South Africa has made life simpler. If you are in South Africa to protect any good work, start at CIPC and everything will follow thereafter. Technically, there are many things that are in place. You even have now technology that is called blockchain. Blockchain just basically can take a docket, police docket, can be put in blockchain. You come with AK and force me to sell the docket. I can give you the money, but I can't delete it because it will stay in the blockchain forever. You ask yourself why these technologies are not implemented by our administrators, then you'll understand that there's actually more bigger things we need to deal with to create the environment that will help people to create and also be supported in protecting their work and have platforms where they can launch this idea of theirs. But let me just nip it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Warm round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much for that insightful and eye-opening conversation. Thank you to my panelists online, Miss Ivy and Winnie. We appreciate the time that you took to join us on this panel. And to all of you, thank you so much. Warm round of applause as they leave the stage, please. Kenneth.
Group picture.
Hey, we're doing the last part.
It was hackathon, yeah, aerobics, yeah. They were paid in groups. Yeah, but we need to co-coordinate with department. Or again, I go for. Yeah. Everything group picture. Okay. She said we must work together. She said we must work together.
Did you guys find the panel discussion insightful? Informative? Online, do we have any questions? So we're about to go into the exciting part of the program, where we're going to be announcing winners from yesterday. Yesterday was the hackathon, right? Around robotics. It was fun. You were paired into groups. You were given a challenge statement, and you then solved. So now we're going to assess. Everybody's a winner, right? Give yourselves a round of applause for participating yesterday, guys. Okay, so for us to facilitate this process, we're going to have Ntate Rodney Manaso, the facilitator, to come and assist in terms of handing over, and he'll be joined by Kensani and Amo. Are you guys ready? If you're not sure of your name, this is the part where you take out your ID or birth certificate. I'm not sure which one. Who's gonna? Who's announcing? Mr. Rodney? Oh, okay. Yes.
Kopa o thome ba le ba di-social media Malome Serati. Okay. Yeah, and then Kolofe. Ke ba ro ba handang out certificates ba social media, those that have posted more. Yeah, and then I can also lang ka ro musa tlhaka ni mole, and then o tla emela ro o a shoot. Ke kopela go dira social media ro ne ro tla.
My selector. Oh, okay. Okay.
Eh?
Listele.
Um,
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is the future. Moving forward, Africa will rise. Actually, it's rising. Before I can call everyone on stage, please allow me please allow me to give just a small speech for our innovators. Innovators, makers, problem solvers. Today, we gather to celebrate the power of innovation and the impact it has on our world. As innovators, you are the driving force behind the next big thing, the game changers, and the world improvers. Your curiosity, creativity, and perseverance inspires all. You dare to dream big, to challenge the status quo, and to push boundaries. Your innovation have the potential to transform industries, to improve lives, and to shape the future. As you continue on your journey, remember that innovation is not just about technology or products. It's about people, empathy, and understanding. It's about identifying real-world problems and creating solutions that make a meaningful difference. Don't be afraid to take the risk, to experience, and to learn from failure. Even setbacks is an opportunity to grow, to iterate, and to improve. Surround yourself with diverse perspectives, collaborate with others, and stay curious. So I would like to thank you all, our funders, AB4IR, and stakeholders, exhibitors, students, individuals, parents. We just want to thank you for taking your time to come here. It was very cold, but you took your precious time and then you came to this event. I just want to thank you, all of you. If I can start naming you one by one, I won't finish. But because of time, I just want to thank you guys. And I just wish and I hope our government and us as well, as the community, can stand together and run programs like this each and every season. Not just Ka Youth Day fail, but I hope this thing can be something that we collaborate, we come up with ideas, we share ideas, and then we build our nation to become a better place for all. Thank you.
Dumelang. Dumelang. Lekai. Sanbonani. Ninjani. Ae. Jani. Guys, you can't. After that wonderful dance, I am Machaka. Minjani. Efukile. Okay, so my name is Amakelang Gomezulu. The reason why I'm here today is because of the session that we had, the robotics session that we had yesterday. So we are here to announce our winners. I'm going to call the names on stage. When I call your name, please come this way. You're gonna give her a handshake. She's gonna give you, what's this? The medal, the certificate. You're gonna come this way, have a handshake with the facilitator, and then take a picture. Is that fine? Thank you. Oh, sorry about that. I forgot to introduce my colleague. So this is Ms. Kensani Nkuna. She's our Business Development Manager at AB4IR. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. Sengiwe Dlamini. Absent. Okay. Sinethemba Zulu. You're welcome, sir. Okay. Bukho Deleki. Angel Ntanzi. Sibongile Maiso. Okay. Sibongile Mkabu. Yes. Leslie Masebedi. Lindo Kuhle Mbokani. And last but not least, Tamsanga Nompunza. And that would be the end of this session. Can we please come on stage so we can take a group photo? I'm not sure if you're gonna take it on stage or behind the banners.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. Can we please settle down? Right now, we're going to call on to our social media winners, the ones who are engaging and interacting on our social media platform. Can we please settle down? Can I please call on to the stage Kolofelo Alphonia? Is he or she here? Oh, there she is. Please give her a warm round of applause. Thank you, Kolofelo. Kolofelo has been engaging on our social media platforms. Remember, in the beginning of the session, we did request that you are interactive on our social media platforms. Another one of our winners, Malume Serati. Malume Serati, can you please make your way to the stage? Give it up for Malume Serati. Thank you, Malume Serati.
And then 2 more. 45 Philip.
Okay, there are 2 more. AB4R is being very generous right now. Can I please go on to Shorty5? That's the handle, Shorty5. Is Shorty5 here or is he or she online? Okay, let's call Lebogang M, Instagram Lebo underscore gang. Give it up for Lebo gang. Komoto, are we ready? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please settle down? As we wrap up day 2 of the Digital Youth Festival, one key takeaway stands out, and it is that the future is not waiting for us, it's being built by us. And today's conversations and insights have shown that youth-led innovation is not only alive, it's leading the way in shaping Africa's digital economy. And I really hope that you did absorb like a sponge, like I always say. I hope that you have your key takeaways. I hope that you have your key takeaways from today's session and that you will go home, you will do your research on whatever it is that you want to venture in, and that you will implement is the most important thing. And don't be afraid to start something, don't be afraid to fail, because great leaders come from great failures and great innovations come from great failures. We're going to welcome on stage can we please settle down? We're going to welcome back on stage with their last hot item. Komoto, are you ready? Okay, let's give it up for Komoto Children's Center. Give it up for Kumuto Children's Center. Yes, Luna man. Yes, Luna man. Hi, guys. Let's give them another round of applause. They deserve it. They have certainly kept us entertained. Thank you very much for that. We have reached the final stage of our program. To everyone here in person, thank you for your presence, your energy, and your ideas. And to our online audience, thank you for tuning in and being part of this important journey with us, even from afar. And to officially close today, or day 2 of the Digital Youth Festival Africa 2025, hashtag DYFA 2025, hashtag remake tomorrow today. We will be calling on the executive assistants in the office of the CEO and the board to share a few words as we wrap up this impactful and inspiring day. Let's give a warm welcome to Amogelang Gomezulu.
Dumelang again. Hi. So I made a very big mistake. I forgot to acknowledge some of the students who joined us online yesterday. They built a robot. While you guys were having your robotic session, they did the same on their end. So I would like us to, technical, please play their video so that we can also acknowledge them.
We are very supportive of the Arabic Zimbabwe, and we really work on the whole chance of
Okay, thank you, technical team. So congratulations to Panashe Mawere, Everett Makwati, Katen Damika, and their gift will be couriered. I would like to call on stage Ms. Dipuo Marohua, who is AB4IR sport member.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, innovators. Are you there, young people? Please come on. We have actually reached not the so nice time, but yes, indeed, we have to reach this moment. And I would like to thank you again for sticking out up to this far, up to this end, especially on a Friday. Mine is to close as I actually welcomed you yesterday. And today, as we close the Digital Festival Africa 2025, I stand before you with pride, gratitude, and great optimism. We began with impactful opening remarks from our AB4IR board member. Oh no, that is our board chairperson, Mr. Ramate Munyokombolo, followed by our CEO address, Ms. Ingrid Mklope, setting the tone for the 2 days of learning, creativity, and connection. We were honored to hear from the executive mayor of Ekurhuleni, Mr. Xhakaza, who reminded us of the vital role youth play in shaping Africa's digital economy. During the day one, which is yesterday, we saw innovation in action. I can attest to everyone who participated, had fun, learned, and is leaving today with something to hold. The energy kicked off with Robotics Hackathon, where we witnessed a remarkable innovation and teamwork. Congratulations to the winners. You did great. And by the way, being the winners does not mean that the participating teams were not as good. It was just a matter of timing. So keep on keeping on. That was encouraging and great to see you participating like that. We have gained powerful insight from Ms. Fenezi Masemola's masterclass on AI and future of work, preparing us for the evolving digital landscape. Thank you, Sisi. That was very remarkable. We really picked up a lot of points, and I believe the youth, if you are listening, you could walk away with so much. We explored how to build successful youth-led digital enterprises in Africa. Mr. Ntumaluleka, thank you. He offered us a candid reflection on navigating the startup journey, while panel 2 showcased on how digital tools are reshaping creative industries. Your questions, your ideas, your energy made the festival come alive, Prove that you are not just part of the digital economy, you are its future. Throughout the day, we were uplifted by vibrant performances from Homotso Children's Center, who brought joy and cultural spirit to the program. Thank you, thank you, thank you, young kids. We can see new innovators and be able to see how they can perform in arts and use technology as well. In closing, to all our partners, stakeholders, speakers, judges, mentors, and the dedicated AB4RR team, thank you. Your commitment brought us this festival to life, and I can attest that I do not believe there would be somebody who got bought through this festival, and we promise to give you even more. And to you, the participants, thank you for showing up with passion, innovation, and the determination to remake tomorrow today. I bet you did. Take this momentum forward. Let this be the beginning of a journey to shape your communities, your careers, and your continent. Until next year, keep dreaming, keep building, and keep remaking tomorrow today. I have a strong trust in you that through your enthusiasm, you are definitely going to make this work, and you will be part of this journey again next year. So all the best, travel safely, be warm, it's cold out there. Well, maybe it's only in Ekurhuleni, but yeah, we got that. So thank you very much, everyone. Go well, travel safely. Thank you. Okay.